Oh, perfect timing. All right, perfect. How's it going, YouTube? Gotta wait for people to start coming in here. Literally, I hit click live, and then like 2 seconds later, literally 2 seconds later, the NASA live stream actually began. That was funny. Hi, Yin Yang. How's it going? My day's going pretty well, actually. Thanks a lot. I recorded my latest episode of Pokemon TCG Journey, which will be going up live next week. I got like 50 Pokemon cards, which is awesome. 50 more cards to add to my collection. Hi, Markion. How are you doing? So yeah, this will be fun to watch for sure. As you can see, commentary will begin at 9:10 Eastern, which is like another half hour from now. This is live footage. The stream is just currently muted. This is live footage of the 4 astronauts getting suited up and ready to go. They're probably just relaxing to pass the time right now, making sure. Actually, it kind of looks like they're doing a leak check, or getting ready to do a leak check. Anyway, the last launch attempt was Sunday night. It's been several days. It got scrubbed at the last minute due to a technical issue. Clearly, they think that they've figured out the technical issue, so they're going to try again tonight. Hello, Captain Swag. Hello, Gwaine. Got the notification. Excellent. I'm always glad to hear when people get notifications. So, hello, Brandon. Tonight will be the second launch attempt of SpaceX's latest crewed mission to the International Space Station called Crew 6. This is their 6th crew rotation mission that they have contracted with NASA to send astronauts to the station, and their 9th crewed mission overall. So yeah, they're currently targeting for launch a little after midnight Eastern time, which is a little before midnight my time. I had considered just going live at T-minus an hour or T-minus 30 minutes or something like that, but I just remembered having so much fun last time that I was like, you know what? Why not? Why not go live right now as soon as it begins and just commentate the whole thing all the way to the end? There we go. There's the Crew 6 emblem right there. So there are 4 astronauts on this mission, 2 Americans, a Russian cosmonaut, and for the first time for a long-duration mission, a astronaut from the United Arab Emirates. So the commander is Steve Bowen, who this will be his 4th time going into space, I believe number 4. But all 3 of the others are rookie astronauts. And a few nights ago, they got into their spacecraft and they were counting down. Here's the rocket that they'll be using. They had gotten into there and they were counting down, and they had to scrub at the very last second because of a technical issue. So hopefully they've got that issue resolved and they're good to go tonight. Right now, weather is looking good. They are looking at some clouds that are forming in the ascent corridor. That means the part of the Earth that they've got to go through in order to get to space. But they're currently go for launch, and hopefully it'll stay that way. Have I played the new Splatoon season? Season? What do you mean season? I don't know what you mean by that. Sorry. Oh, we got the pad ninjas up there getting the cabin configured. you could see them moving around there at the end of the crew access arm there. I actually haven't played Splatoon outside of the Splatfest in like 3 or 4 months, unfortunately. I just haven't been interested in it. I haven't been interested in playing a lot of games lately, unfortunately. I've been so busy with working on my Pokemon Abridged series, which has taken off. It's done way better than I expected, and there's only 2 episodes out. Hi, Chris. Nice to see ya. Like, if I were to go there right now and check out the subscriber count, it's currently sitting at... Well, the first video has 4,000 views. That's nuts. And there's 275 subscribers on the channel. Again, I have not promoted it here. That is all natural growth. The almighty algorithm really likes that series. But yeah, like 4,000 views on the first episode, 2,000 on the second, almost 300 subscribers in less than a month. That's just nuts to me. So yeah, I've been focusing hardcore on that, though, my Pokemon Abridged series, because it takes a lot of editing in order to make that work. I literally have to spend somewhere between 30 and 40 hours per episode in order to get it edited, which means I just don't have time to play video games, unfortunately. It's Kraken Royale right now. Oh yeah, they brought back the Kraken, I saw that. Anyway, for those of you who haven't seen this before, or if you have and I don't care, I have these little plaques fabricated. I've got 3 of them total. As you can see, it says currently in space, and then it has the patch inside. There's a helicopter flying around out there. Has a patch inside for whatever crewed American spaceflight is currently up there. So this is the patch for Crew 5, which went up to the station last year. And of course, like I said, I have the patch here for Crew 6. When it officially reaches space today, hopefully today, I'll be putting it in there, and I will have them side by side over there on my back shelf. Help if I pointed them the right way. Like this. And Crew 5 is set to come back down about a week after Crew 6 reaches the station, somewhere around there. It's just a little tradition that I have, a little something extra that I do, because I love, well, first of all, I love space patches. You see that shelf behind me where I'm pointing? Those are all space patches for almost every single American space mission that's gone into space. Almost. It's a lot. I've been collecting those since the space shuttle was going, like since the late 2000s, and I've been keeping up with it ever since. And now whenever a crew goes into space, I put them into this little plaque. I've got 3 of them. I have yet to fill all 3 at once, but I do believe the day will come very soon. Because right now, the only American spaceship that is sending astronauts into orbit is Crew Dragon, this one right here. You can see right there on the... That, I just realized it's frozen. Was that... Yeah, no, it's just frozen. The broadcast itself is frozen. There we go. Okay. So that's the Crew Dragon. SpaceX is in charge of this. But, hello, 6969. But NASA is working on a new spacecraft called Orion that'll be sending people to the moon as part of the Artemis program. And the very first crew for that is going to be announced probably this month. The next 4 people who will go to the moon will be announced this month, which is exciting for me. Hi, Wolfie Knight. And they'll be going to the moon next year. But we also have Boeing's Starliner, which is going to start sending people to the station next month. That's three companies that'll be sending people into space. NASA, Boeing, and SpaceX. So that's pretty exciting. Hi, Cool Farm Gal. How are you doing? I love space too. It's my greatest passion. I love space more than I love Pokemon and Splatoon combined. So yeah, I have 3 placards. At most, only 2 of them have ever been filled. Often for no more than a few days at a time when there's one crew going up and another crew coming down. So, like I said, Crew 5 right now, up there. Crew 6 will go up there, and then Crew 5 will come back down. But I do believe the time will come very soon, broadcast is back, that I will have all 3 of them filled up. I do believe that we will have a moment not long from now when we will have people at the moon and people at the station and tourists doing hops into space. I do believe that that'll happen very, very soon, and I am excited for that. Hello, James Jr. Wow, we got a lot of people in here that I don't recognize. How's everyone doing? Hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you all have a fun time. As you can see by the live countdown clock above my webcam on the top left corner of the screen, we have a little under 3 hours and 40 minutes left until launch. And as a reminder, this is rocket science. Space is hard. And this rocket has a 1-second window of opportunity to launch to the station tonight. If it misses that 1 second, it has to recycle till the next opportunity, which at this point isn't until something like March 5, several days from now. So there is always the possibility that this launch gets scrubbed again. It could happen right this minute that they'll look at the weather and say, no, there's no chance it'll clear up, let's recycle. Or it could happen at literally the last second, right before the engines turn on. It could happen at any point that there's a scrub. But SpaceX has gotten pretty good at getting these launches going. This is only the second crewed flight of theirs that they've had to scrub at all. The very first one ever, they had to scrub for weather. This one, they had to scrub to a technical problem. But every single other time that they've sent people into space, they have nailed it first try on that 1 second window that they had. So, pretty optimistic. If they are trying again tonight, that leads me to believe that they have figured out the technical problem, that they've figured that won't be an issue anymore. And as long as weather holds up, that leads me to believe that we're going to see 4 people go into space tonight. There are currently 10 people in space. There are 7 people on the International Space Station, and there are 3 people on the Chinese Space Station. So when these 4 go into space, there will be 14 people in space at a single time. It's crazy to think that if this was just 3 years ago, just 2 years ago, that would have been an all-time record. Because the record for the longest time for the most number of people in space was 13. This will be 14. But that record is currently sitting at 19. In just the last few years, the record has gone from 13 to 14 to 16 to 19 people in space at the same time. That's an increase of almost 50%. And that's just nuts. And there's no reason to believe it won't go even higher. We will, I have no doubt, see as many as 25 or 30 people in space at a single time by the end of this decade. I'm just full of useless information like that. Looks like we're about 15 minutes away from the start of the launch coverage, or the commentary. Nice helicopter view of the Falcon 9 rocket. So this is SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket. This is the one everyone knows and loves. This is the one that's capable of landing itself. So if you're not huge into space, you've probably at least seen videos of rockets, coming down, turning on their engines, and coming to a nice soft landing right there on a drone ship or on land. That's this rocket. This is the only rocket capable of doing that at the moment. They're using a brand new booster tonight. This has not gone into space before, and as I pointed out last time, turns out to be true. Their first-time boosters are actually less reliable than their flight-proven boosters. But this is probably going to be just fine. No reason to worry. So this is actually the second tallest rocket to ever send people into space, only after the moon rocket Saturn V that sent Apollo 11 to the moon. This stands at 220 feet tall. It is definitely shorter than Artemis, the Space Launch System, which will be sending Artemis astronauts to space, as well as Starship, which will be sending astronauts into space in a few years, probably. But currently, it is the second tallest rocket to ever send people to space, which is pretty fun to know. And yeah, like I said, the first stage is capable of landing itself. It is going to try and land on a drone ship called Just Read the Instructions, which is currently about 1,000 miles out into the Atlantic. You see the rocket, how about the halfway point up, it turned from white to black. That's where the first stage and the second stage separate. And the first stage, the white part down, will land itself. Just a few days ago, SpaceX landed its Falcon 9 rocket for the 100th time in a row. The last time that they had a failure, or the last time that they failed to land the first stage was 101 launches ago. That's nuts. Like, they make it look so easy. It's not easy, though. No other rocket company is able to land an orbital vehicle. Only a suborbital one through Blue Origin, the same company that Jeff Bezos founded. There are companies that are trying to land their first stages or recover them at all. SpaceX is the only one that can do it, and they've done it more times than a lot of rocket companies have even launched a rocket into space at all. It is ridiculous. It's amazing. Do I have a shiny Slowking? I'm sure I do in some game. So yeah, a little bit about the crew that'll be going into space tonight. So the commander, Steve Bowen, I'm probably going to be repeating a lot of facts that I also gave the other stream, but so what? Steve Bowen, yep, this will be his 4th flight into space. He holds the distinction of being the only person to have flown on consecutive space shuttles. He flew on the second to last flight of Discovery, of Atlantis, my mistake, and then right after he landed, one of the astronauts who was assigned to the following space shuttle, which was going to be the final flight of Discovery, injured his back, and NASA decided to give Steve Bowen that spot because he had just come back from space and he had a lot of training. It was doing a lot of the same stuff. So yeah, he landed and then he flew back into space just 4 months later. Oh, that's okay, Gwen. Thanks for being here, even for just a few minutes. So yeah, he holds the distinction of being the only person to fly on 2 space shuttles in a row, and he is going to be commanding tonight's flight. The other 3 astronauts, like I said, are all rookie astronauts. The pilot is Warren Hoberg, who joined NASA astronaut class 22. So he was selected as an astronaut in 2017. So yeah, this will be his first flight into space, and he's the only other American here. The other 2 are foreign astronauts. One of them is a Russian cosmonaut, Andrei Fedyev. This will be his first flight into space, like I said. And then the 4th seat, actually, this is why this is an historical flight, goes to Sultan Al Nayadi from the United Arab Emirates, and he is going to be the first UAE astronaut to spend a long-duration mission on the International Space Station. There has been one UAE astronaut who went into space before, but he was only up there for a week back in, I'd like to say, 2018, 2019. He basically went up there on one spacecraft and came down with the next spacecraft, so he was only up there a week. This guy, Sultan, will be up there for a full 6 months. So, pretty big historical thing there. It's been great to see UAE shifting themselves to focusing on space so much. They have a full-blown astronaut corps now. They sent a spacecraft to Mars a few years ago. They were only the 3rd country to do that, which is exciting and amazing. It's been great to see them getting such a big push towards spaceflight and space experience. It's been really fun to see. Also, there's a heavy rumor that they're going to be buying up some New Shepard spacecraft from Blue Origin so they can start launching astronaut tourists into space from UAE soil as soon as next year or the year after, which is pretty exciting. There's only been 3 countries ever that have sent people into space. UAE might become number 4. Also, as a side note, India is hoping to send astronauts into space as soon as next year. Probably not until the year after, even later, but still, it's always exciting to see newcomers, new nations getting people into space and working on their own space programs. Because when everyone is working on space, everyone benefits from it. Again, got a live helicopter view of the pad here. So this launch pad that the rocket is on is historic launch pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center. From this exact spot, most of the Apollo missions launched, including Apollo 11, more than half of the space shuttles launched. This is a historical launch pad. It's from this very spot that people went to the moon. And now SpaceX is leasing it out. So, yeah, they're able to use this launch pad to send people into space. You can't see it right now from this angle, but they're also building a Starship launch pad a little to the south of this. So, yeah, this is a place of history, a place of reverence. Okay, we just passed the 3-hour and 30-minute mark until launch. It may seem like that's a long time from now, but let me put this into perspective. The astronauts are still suiting up. They have yet to leave their crew quarters. So we're going to have a lot of stuff happening here. Commentary begins in like 5 minutes, so let's see how much I can get through. They need to leave their crew quarters. They're going to hop into Tesla Model X cars, drive out to the launch pad, which takes a few minutes. They're going to get to the launch pad, take an elevator up, walk down this crew access arm, this hallway that you see here. They're going to walk down there, get into their spacecraft, and strap themselves in. Then the pad ninjas, the closeout crew is what they're officially called, is going to get them strapped in, throw in any last minute items into the spacecraft, and then seal it up, and then they're going to start fueling up the rocket. The fuel up process takes a little under an hour, and then it's liftoff. There is still a lot of stuff that's going to need to happen here in the next 3.5 hours, and I guarantee it is going to fly past. So I'm going to do a little aside here. I told you guys I filmed some more Pokemon TCG Journey stuff today. This is not going to be easy to show off, but as you can see there, I do have a complete first page for my Pokédex binder. That means I got all of the starters and all their evolutions from base set, which I'm very excited about. I can't do this without harming the binder. I wish I could show off more, but just be on the lookout for that video next week. I'm super excited about it. This binder is now 20% complete. So I'm just really, really excited about that. I need to do a little bit of math here. 180 divided by 905. Yeah, I'm at 19.88%. I would need to get exactly one more card in order to be at exactly 20% of the way there. So close enough. Of course, the Scarlet and Violet set gets a release this month. I'm looking forward to getting a box of that. The commentary should be beginning here any minute now. Huh. Yep, $20 a year, folks. I actually have an emote for that. My channel members can say this. Where is it? $20 a year, folks. There we go. There we go. We pay $20 a year, and we have some of the worst servers that have ever existed on a platform. The PlayStation 3 and the OG Xbox servers were more reliable than this, and they came out in like 2002. A lot of people use like dial-up modems for them. Or in your case, $5 a month. Wow, that is a lot. Wow. Oh, wait, is it because you've got the expansion pass? So fun fact, the rocket is so light. Oh, Let me put it another way. You know how you have like a soda can, a can of soda? If you were to scale that up to the same size as one of these rockets, the walls of the soda can are about 3 times thicker than the walls of this rocket. The rocket is the walls of the rocket, the tanks and all that are actually really, really thin. They need to be in order to make the rocket light enough to actually get itself up into space. So the rocket is actually so light when it's not filled up that it needs to be held down by a few clamps, and I'll be able to more properly show them off when we get a better angle. But if those clamps were not there, the rocket would literally just fall over because it would be so light that even just the littlest bit of wind would tip it and it would just fall. Excuse me. Now, when it's fully fueled up, it's heavy enough to just stand under its own weight. But they have to wait until only the last few minutes to take away the clamps because they need to make sure that it doesn't fall over before that. Now, if the crew are inside and something goes wrong, the rocket is capable of pulling, or the spacecraft, the capsule, the white arrowhead looking thing there, is capable of pulling itself away from the rocket in the event of an emergency. And that can happen at any time between when the crew are first strapped in and when they reach space. It is capable of doing whatever it takes to save the crew. It looks like the commentary is about to start.
And you're looking live at Crew 6 on the move inside astronaut crew quarters. The 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut finished putting on their spacesuits in the historic suit-up room, and now they are walking down the hallway to the elevator. In front, Commander Stephen Bowen and pilot Woody Hoberg. Behind them, mission specialist Sultan Al-Nayati and Andrei Fedyaev. They are getting into the elevator to the first floor where they will begin their journey to space. That and more is coming up next.
We had this problem last time too. I don't know how to speak Russian, but I use Google Translate. Thank you very much. I hope that they have a safe trip as well. So yeah, the crew is about to leave the building. Officially, the countdown to the launch is about to begin. Well, officially, it began like yesterday, but as far as the crew goes, their journey to space is about to begin. So the next few hours are going to be, the next maybe 1 or 2 hours is going to be them saying goodbye to their families, getting out to the pad, and getting themselves strapped in. Ideally, this will be the last time that they speak to other human beings in person and touch Earth soil for the next 6 months. So I'm sure, even though this is the second time that they're doing it, they're savoring every minute of it. I'm positive that they are trying their best to take in and soak in every second.
Crew Dragon spacecraft on top of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket that will launch the Crew 6 crew to the International Space Station in a little more than 3 hours. Welcome to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for live coverage of NASA and SpaceX's launch of Crew 6, now streaming in 4K.
I've been here.
I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, and with me is NASA astronaut Raja Chari, back by.
You can see the rocket just over Raja's shoulder there. You see it? The big long white thing, that's the rocket. That's pad 39A.
In addition to Raja's analysis, we have live updates from Mission Control in Houston and live interviews from our VIP location here at Kennedy. There you see him. Hello,
again.
Houston, and hello, Jasmine.
Again, second launch attempt.
1 hour, we will welcome in SpaceX live from Hawthorne, California. But let's begin quickly with a recap of the first launch attempt early Sunday morning. The day started here with the crew signing the mission patch inside crew quarters at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. They went through the entire process of suit up and transport to the pad, where they ingressed into the Dragon capsule. The countdown moved along smoothly until reduced flow in an engine ignition fluid line was detected by the
is that
launch
what it
team.
was? Okay.
The launch was scrubbed with less than 3 minutes in the count. The astronauts remained in the capsule until the rocket was completely detanked. A disappointing moment for the astronauts, certainly, Raja.
Hello, Lily.
They're obviously like an instantaneous,
Okay, they're about to. You can see them through the windows there. They're about to walk out of the crew quarters again. Again, did all of this on what was it, Sunday night? They've done it all already. Was it Monday? I think it was Monday, wasn't it? No, it was probably Sunday. Anyway, so yeah, did this all already, but. You know, you got to go through it again. And again, even though this is their second time doing it, I'm sure they're still trying their best to, I'm sure they're doing their best to appreciate every second of it. Because again, if tonight's launch is a success, they're not going to see another human face. They're not going to touch Earth soil. They're not going to breathe Earth air for another 6 months. So If I were an astronaut about to go into space for 6 months, I would literally be touching as much grass as I can the day before, or going to the beach. And here they go, coming out to walk.
And here they come. Crew 6.
Again.
Walking outside of astronaut crew quarters for the second time, hoping to make the flight happen.
We're on countdown. Crew walk
From
out.
left to right.
Crew displays are configured.
Andrei Fedyaev, Woody Hoberg, Stephen Bowen, and Sultan Al-Nayati.
I, for the life of me, cannot find the picture I took of me leaving crew quarters, because I had a picture. I can't find it for the life of me. Later, Captain Swag. See you later.
Getting some high fives there.
yeah. So you can see in the background there the SpaceX personnel getting ready to take them out in their Teslas. They're pre-positioning their cooling packs.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Chris. And most of the newer space suits look very similar to the old ones. The new ones that NASA's using, the new ones that Boeing's using, look very similar to the old space shuttle ones. But SpaceX wants to look cool. They have astronauts wear these spacesuits that look cool and futuristic. They have the astronauts go to the launch pad in nice, slick Tesla Model X's rather than an Astrovan. And they've even made the inside of Crew Dragon look all nice and cool with seats that rotate up and down and touchpad screens and stuff like that rather than manual switches and stuff like all the other spacecraft have. SpaceX is trying to make space look as cool as possible, for lack of a better way of putting it. And yeah, Elon does both SpaceX and Tesla. I think it's safe to say that SpaceX is probably where most of his passion is. It's probably the thing that he screwed up the least, in my opinion. So yeah, like when you see SpaceX astronauts go into space, it's a fun, stylish event. It's not the old clanky space is all dirty and hard like the old spaceships. This is all, oh, it's fun, it's sleek, it's clean, it looks awesome. That's what they're going for with these suits and with the spacecraft and with the transport, all of it. And it's working. makes everyone notice. Okay, hopping in their Teslas.
Yep, and now you can see Administrator Nelson there, the bottom right, and then Bob Cabana's just to his right. And I think that's Calvin Manning to his right, the Deputy Kennedy Center Director.
That's Victor Glover right there,
so
the astronaut with the,
sign of the importance
you
of this
can't see
mission
him
to
now.
have all the headquarters folks come down here, stay down here. The crew's not the only ones who stays down here between scrubs, they do too. So it's all hands on deck.
So the second Tesla, the doors are closed for the commander and the pilot for the mission, and behind them.
So there's going to be a few minutes here where the family's going to go up to the Teslas and they can talk to the astronauts through the windows and say their final goodbyes and stuff. Again, second time they've done this, but if this one's real, they're not going to see them again for 6 months.
Saw this last time. Crew Dragon with a number 6 for the G.
I mean, he wouldn't really need rights for that, Chris. They've already done plenty of references to other space stuff without asking for rights because it falls under fair use. If they're not earning a profit from it, it doesn't matter. There are a lot of references to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in a lot of the stuff. If you were to look at the Falcon Heavy test flight, there were just the sheer amount of Hitchhiker's Guide references and Easter eggs stuffed into that. Like, there's entire videos just showing them off. And when it comes down to it, these astronauts are, since they're government citizens, or they're government employees, rather, they can't do anything for profit anyway. So if they did something, it's solely for their own entertainment, not to earn any money off of it. But yeah, here's everyone going up to say goodbye to the astronauts. And then they're going to start the drive to the pad. And the drive is a lot longer than you might expect, because this building is one of the farthest buildings out of the way from the launch pads, the crew closeout building, the crew quarters and stuff. And I don't know if that's on purpose or it's just the way it ended up, but yeah. Okay, this is one of his cosmonaut buddies taking some final pictures. Might be his backup, actually. It's nice to see, even with all that's going on in the world, space exploration is still one thing that everyone can do, that everyone can cooperate on, that everyone can continue to try and do in peace. Whether it will always be that way or not, I don't know. The future is definitely not certain, but it's good to see right now there are Americans and Russians come together, and all that they're doing is being happy for everyone else. And there go the cars on their way to the launch pad. So this will literally be maybe a 20-minute drive. When they pass the vehicle assembly building, that will be the halfway point. And when they do, hopefully this time I'll be able to properly show you where I was during the Artemis 1 launch, because I wasn't able to properly show it last time.
Right now, Raj, as you know,
As a reminder, when Artemis 1 launched, I was the closest person in the world to that.
the vibe of what they're
Just the way that they ended up putting the NASA social group on the press site.
Band by Creedence Clearwater Revival, May We All by Florida Georgia Line and Tim McGraw, The Space Traveler's Lullaby by Kamasi, he's an American jazz saxophonist, Sing Me to Sleep by Alan Walker, Spaceman by Harry Nielsen, and then in the second car, they got quite a playlist as well.
Yes.
What did you listen to?
So this is it was a collaboration. So Tom and I were in the first car, and then Kayla and Matthias had a mix of U.S. and German songs.
Yeah, you get to pick what music you listen to on your way out to the pad. It's even better for the cosmonauts in Russia. When they get to launch, they actually get to listen to music inside the spacecraft during the countdown. They don't do that here because they need to pay full attention on everything. But yeah, when you're in the car, you get to listen to some tunes.
We were in quarantine to like mix together like a 2021 version of a mixtape, so that we could just play it on the iPod they had in there and time it so that exactly as we were pulling up, we were
Finished with the list?
Yeah, exactly. So we had a mix of everything from Blue Light Orchestra to some Guns N' Roses. Yeah, a little bit of some huge accent. It was a pretty good mix. And actually, Tom and I think Kayla and Matthias, in the travel back and forth to SpaceX and back and forth to different training locations, that's how we sort of sussed out what's on that playlist. I'm sure they did the same for tonight.
End with a great finish of the song.
Hi, Katie. How are you doing?
Saw there. We have, of course, permission to go through those stoplights with the full security escort. And hey, folks, listen,
When you're going to space, you don't need stoplights.
what it takes to be an astronaut.
So yeah, it is a long drive from the crew quarters to the pad.
Ask them a question over the next
Of course, I think it's widely known that the pad is 3 miles away from the press site, which is the closest anyone else can get. But the press site is like 5 miles away from the crew quarters. Just interesting how that works out. Again, I don't know if any of this was planned. And
introduce you now to today's
whenever whenever I visit Kennedy, I always get the impression that they just sort of built things as they went rather than having a master plan. When I visit Johnson Space Center, that feels like there was a master plan to the layout of that place. Kennedy really feels like they really didn't know what they were doing.
132 rather, and 133.
I'm going to let you guys listen in here.
He and his crew expanded the living quarters on the ISS, delivered an integrated cargo carrier, and a Russian mini research module. He has logged more than 40 days in space, including 47 hours and 18 minutes in 7 spacewalks. He's the wily old veteran, and today he's the commander of Crew 6, a position you know well.
I do, yeah, and it's a great position for him to be in. Like you mentioned, he's got some serious experience and street cred, and much like Tom Marshburn on my flight, trusted to mentor and lead 3 rookies going up there, and so I know he's well up to the task and enjoying going on this trip.
Sitting next to Stephen is pilot Warren Woody Hoberg. The 37-year-old is from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He studied aeronautics and astronautics from MIT before getting a doctorate in electrical engineering and computer science from the University of California, Berkeley. During grad school, Hoberg worked as an EMT with the Yosemite Search and Rescue. Crew 6 will be Hoberg's first flight since NASA selected him to be an astronaut in 2017.
As a reminder, the only person on this flight who has been to space before is Commander Steve Bowen. All 3 of the others, this will be their first time going into space, and I'm sure they're all incredibly excited. Maybe a little nervous, maybe a little sad at having to be away from their family and friends for 6 months, but it comes with the job. And also, I get the impression that NASA really... I said this last time as well. I feel like NASA is trying to give rookies spaceflight experience on the International Space Station first. There's a vehicle assembly building out in the background there. That thing is humongous. You don't understand how large it is until you actually see it in person. I feel like NASA is putting all their rookies on ISS flights as much as possible and leaving Artemis for their veterans. So like I said, we believe that they will be announcing the crew of Artemis 2 this month, the next 4 people in history to go to the moon. Since 20 years before I was born, we have only known the names of 24 people to have ever gone to the moon in all of history, since 20 years before I was born. Now, 50 years later, we're going to the name of 28. They'll be announcing that crew hopefully later this month, and I believe I have a pretty good guess of who that crew is going to be. And I could be completely wrong, but I've got a pretty educated guess, and most of the other people that I've talked to about it have said that it's probably pretty accurate. My guess is that the 3 Americans are going to be veterans, like well-known veterans. And the last person is actually reserved for an astronaut from Canada. Canada is going to be providing the United States with a Canada arm, a robotic arm, for their Lunar Gateway space station. And in return, NASA is going to give them a seat on Artemis 2. So, yeah, there will be a Canadian on Artemis 2, which will make him the first non-American to go to the moon. And I say him because Canada only has 4 astronauts. They're all guys. So it'll definitely be a him. That being said, I do believe, like, it's written into law that one of the people on Artemis 2 at least is going to be a woman. I believe it's going to be Anne McClain. I think that's a pretty good guess. Anyway, these vehicles are just now passing, or about to pass, rather, the vehicle assembly building. They're going past a few administrative buildings here. Again, when we get to the point where they pass the press site, hopefully I'll be able to point out exactly where I was for Artemis 1 to you guys.
We know they're getting close because I can hear the helicopter.
There it is, passing overhead.
They're passing the press
pass
site now.
in front of the Kennedy Space Center, VAB, and just a few feet away from the turn basin. And while we're looking at the VAB, the home of the Artemis 1 mission and all Artemis missions, it's a good time to talk
Okay,
about
that patch of grass there that the front cop is passing right now, that's where we were. And you can't see it anymore. You're just going to have to take my word on it. We were there.
Team was in the water training to return NASA astronauts after a flight back from the moon. So as they get ready to pass this part of the Kennedy Space Center, let's get an update about what happened out there in our Moon Minute.
Actually, Artemis 2 had a pretty big event happening last week. They almost finished fabricating the core stage. So the big, the rocket stage that'll shoot it out into space, they almost completely finished it last month, which is great. That's actually right on schedule. They're currently targeting next summer for launch, but they're doing so well. I do believe that next summer, or at the very latest next fall, is likely. Yeah. Summer, fall, like at the very, very latest, by the end of next year, by the end of 2024, 4 people will have gone to the moon and returned to the Earth. I really do believe that that's going to happen. And that's exciting to me because people haven't visited the moon since 1972. It'll take over 50 years before it happens again. But when it does happen again, we'll be able to see it. We'll be able to witness it, which is just exciting. I wonder what that QR code is. Oh, Artemis updates. Okay.
Phone, and you'll get updates from our
Oop.
official blog.
There went my plaque. Hang on.
blogs.nasa.gov/Artemis. We're always updating it with frequent
Looking
updates.
forward, hopefully a little over 3 hours from now, for adding this
Gear up
patch
for Artemis 2.
into
It's
there.
nice to see them out there
Once Crew 6
already
successfully
working
reaches space,
on the next
hopefully.
mission.
Yeah, it's been a long iteration, and since Artemis, Orion, as part of the Artemis, just likes the Dragon, lands in the water, a lot of training goes into making sure we're ready for that.
Yep, they're still like 3 miles
Talked
away
about
from the
mission
launch pad at this
specialist
point.
Raj
I told you it's a long
Powell.
drive.
We've got the UAE, we've got Roscosmos. It's all a part of flying integrated crews. And for NASA, this ensures operational safety. Crew members on station are trained to do maintenance and spacewalks, and it also protects against contingencies, such as a problem with any crew spacecraft, serious crew medical issues, or an emergency aboard the station that requires a crew and the vehicle that they are assigned to return to Earth sooner than planned.
There's just something a little interesting to me that we have literal roads like with all the stripes and like pavement and like normal everyday roads that just go up to launch pads. You could literally drive a car straight up to a rocket. And that's that way for every single launch pad at the Cape. It's so hilarious to me. Now, you can't just take your car and drive up, obviously. You need to go through like 3 layers of security, stuff like that before you're allowed to. But it's just amazing to me that you could just take a car and go up to the rocket on every single one of these launch pads. There's something interesting about that. Like, even this road they're on now, like, you can see all the safety stripes, you know, the double yellow line for do not cross this going each way, the white stripes on the sides to indicate the shoulder. Interesting.
Good evening. Thanks, Daryl, and welcome to the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Mission Control is essentially the nerve center for operating the International Space Station, working in tandem with our partner agencies and providers around the globe. Together, we've ensured the station is ready to welcome Crew 6. Leading the team inside the room right now is Flight Director Judd Freeling. He will also lead the joint NASA-SpaceX Go, No-Go polls once we're in integrated operations with Mission Controls here in Houston and at SpaceX in Hawthorne, working together to bring Crew Dragon to its new home in space. Meanwhile, the crew aboard the space station is currently in a sleep period set to wake up around midnight Central Time. When we check back in later, we'll talk a little more about what the crew on the International Space Station has been doing to prepare for Crew 6. But for now, we'll send
And here they are
the
coming
team
up to the
over
launch pad.
Daryl.
All right, thank you very much, Courtney. And Mission Control ready to go. Back here at America's Spaceport, we're watching the Teslas with 4.
Hey,
and
Katie
3
can hear us now. How's it
astronauts
going,
and
Katie?
cosmonaut going through the security gate at Launch Complex 39A. So this is inside the pad perimeter. It's inside the blast danger area.
Yep, and you see him going by what's called the horizontal integration facility. So you saw him drive by the VAB, which is the vertical.
And there they go, driving right up to the rocket.
SpaceX actually integrates their vehicle horizontally.
Now, I have not actually been to pad 39A, but I have been on top of 39B, and it's quite the view from there. You'd never know it, but the ocean is only about 20 feet further down the road from this. Like, you see the rocket? Well, if you were to keep going straight, you see that concrete barrier? Yeah, the ocean is about 20 feet away further. Yeah, pretty much. The ocean is right here in this video. You just can't see it because it's black. But doing good, Katie. Very excited for tonight's launch attempts. You know, fingers crossed it goes this time. We are just a hair over 3 hours away. So it'll take a while for them to strap the crew in. Like, I think over an hour to get them all strapped in and ready to go. There's a lot that needs to happen between now and even when they enter the spacecraft. They got to get out of their Teslas, got to walk up to the rocket, get a nice look at it. It's a tradition that dates back to the very first American spaceflight, Alan Shepard. On the day of his flight, he went out to the rocket and looked up at it from the bottom. And astronauts have been doing that ever since. Get a nice look at the vehicle that will send you away from the Earth. They got to go up an elevator that all the way up to the 20th floor. There's only 2 stops on that elevator. Ground floor, 20th floor. Nothing in between. So it's a very quick trip. And then once they're up there, they need to walk down that hallway. You see the lit up hallway. That's called the crew access arm. They need to walk down that to get onto the spacecraft. And then the pad ninjas need to strap them in. That's what they're called. But yeah, it'll literally take over an hour to get them all properly strapped in and stuff. And then about another hour for the pad ninjas to get away so they can safely get the rocket all ready to be fueled up. And then about an hour to fuel it up. And then let's go. Hi, Neo. There we go. We just passed the T-3 hour mark. We are 3 hours away from the launch of Crew 6 to the International Space Station, sending 2 Americans, a Russian, and for the first time ever, an astronaut from the United Arab Emirates to the International Space Station for a 6-month stay. As a reminder, this is rocket science. They have a 1-second launch window tonight to send this thing up to the station. If for any reason they miss that second, or they think they'll miss that second, that's it. They've got to try again another time. And unlike last time, their next launch attempt won't be like for another 4 or 5 days from now due to weather and phase angles and stuff. It's all very complicated. It is rocket science. So basically, if they scrub tonight, their next launch, their next try won't be until basically next week. So hopefully they go tonight.
So much, Daryl. We are back tonight on the balcony of the Operations Support Building number 2 here at Kennedy Space Center. And right now, we're so glad to be joined by Kathy Leaders, the Associate Administrator for NASA's Space Operations Mission Directorate. Good evening, Kathy.
Good evening. So happy to be here.
Of course, and we are happy to have you. This is round 2, as we said earlier, you know, a second time's the charm. But really, let's talk about that seriously, that we prioritize safety here at NASA. We only launch when we're ready, right?
Yes, and you know, it kind of seems like a cliche because we say it over and over. You know, space flight's hard. We say it's really, really hard.
Weather is currently sitting at, it looks like 90%, which is really good. Looking at some clouds downrange, but so far so good. It'll probably remain 90% all the way till the time of launch. So weather will probably not be an issue tonight. And as long as they got that one technical glitch figured out with the rocket that they had the problem with the other day, then I think that they'll be fine. Did I get to do Pokemon Go Tour Hoenn? No, unfortunately, Katie, I did not. Hi, Subject Kit. Always nice to see channel members. Yeah, unfortunately, this past Saturday, I went to Denver for a thing. And that meant I was gone the entire day on Saturday. I was literally behind the wheel of my car, except for the 2 hours I was doing the thing. So I wasn't able to play on Saturday. And then Sunday, I was at home working all day. So I am so sad I had to miss it. I'm sad that I had to miss going to Las Vegas because I'm so sad about that. I got to the airport, found out only once I got there that my flight was canceled. They weren't able to put me onto another flight until I would have had to come back anyway. So I unfortunately missed my Vegas trip because of a canceled flight. And then I missed Go Tour, which was the makeup event, because I was on the road. So yeah, I'm very, very sad about that. Very disappointed. Yeah, I heard about that Subject Kit, but I haven't been able to look into it too much. I've been so busy with stuff. I've been working pretty hardcore on my Pokemon Abridged Fire Red Leaf Green series, which maybe some of you don't know about. But it's a completely new channel that I've set up doing a Pokemon Abridged series. And those episodes take literally 40 to 60 hours per episode for me to edit. It's a lot of work, and that just means I don't have time to do anything else, unfortunately.
Extremely proud of the team.
Yeah, and it really does seem like almost surreal that we've come this far, and of course we're working.
I mean, to be fair, that channel took off. It's almost up to 300 views. The first episode's at 4,000, or 300 subscribers rather. The first episode's at 4,000 views. The second episode's at 2. The channel's only been live for less than a month. It's amazing to see it taking off like this, which all the more reason for me to focus on that. So I'm very, very grateful for that. It's done way better than I ever dreamed, and it just started. So maybe it'll go even further. Bye, Subject Kit. Thanks for popping in. It was great. See you again. So I really need to focus on Pokemon Abridged. It's taking off. The algorithm loves it. I'm motivated to work on it. That just unfortunately means that this channel needs to take a back seat. I've been trying to think about this channel as more of a hobby anyway, and now it really is like, well, I guess it's like, I guess I really am just going to play or going to make videos for this or streams on this for whatever I really, really want to do. Like tonight, I really, really want to do this, even though no one's watching. I always have fun watching space launches and hosting live streams of them because I get to share my enthusiasm with all of you people. And I think that it really comes out how much I do love space during these streams, because I could talk about this nonstop for hours on end. I did last time. I'm going to do that tonight. I've already been live for an hour. Bet you guys didn't even realize it's been an hour, but yeah. I'm passionate about this. I think it's safe to say at this point I'm not passionate about Splatoon 3. I'll play it for a video, but I won't play it on my own free time. And it's getting harder and harder to even justify playing it for a video these days, just because I feel like I'd be forcing it if I did. I don't want for my videos to be forced. I want for them to be natural, because the more natural they are, the more fun they are. Your mom just got done watching Encanto. Oh, that's a great film. I hope that you enjoyed it, Katie. I really, really liked Encanto. One of Disney's best films that they've made in the last few years.
Like a mission to Mars will be.
Exactly. We're just looking forward to the moon, forward onto Mars. Kathy, thank you so much for being here tonight.
No, thank you.
Of course. Daryl, back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine, and great words from Kathy Leaders.
Just unlocked
there.
Mirabelle in
If you're
Dreamlight
just
Valley.
joining
Cool.
us, well, you're watching live coverage of NASA's
I like
and
Mirabelle's
SpaceX's
design.
mission known as Crew 6. Good evening and welcome to Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Daryl Nail, along with a recent flyer on a SpaceX Dragon, and that is Crew 3 Commander Rajachari. Appreciate you being here.
Thanks, Daryl. Happy to be back and to get another chance to hopefully get the crew.
Okay, here we go.
We get to see right now that them showing up. But
You see them doing that. That's them looking up at their rocket. They have to look like that because they can't bend their necks up in those suits. The neck is integrated into the rest of the suit, so they aren't able to crane their neck up like this. They have to bend their whole body in order to look up at their rocket. So this is, I don't know if this is just the procedure or the way that they decided to make it work, because why not? But the two astronauts here, these two astronauts are the commander and the pilot. These are the two Americans. They are basically the seniority in the, in the mission. So commander and the pilot's basically the second in command. And for some reason, they always get the first trip up, and they're always the first ones strapped into the rocket, and then they're always the first ones pulled out of the spaceship at the end of the mission. And then the other two, the Russian cosmonaut and the UAE astronaut, are going to be going up here a few minutes later. Again, going from ground level straight up to this floor with no stopping in between, going literally 200 feet in just a few seconds. It's actually a really fast elevator, a lot faster than most people like you and me, like what we're used to with elevators. There's no reason to, I mean, that was real time. That was them getting in at the ground level and then going straight up. And here we go, the other two astronauts right there, the cosmonaut, the UAE astronaut, getting a look at their rocket again. So, yeah. Right side of the screen, the other two astronauts are going up the final set of stairs up to the crew access arm. There's one last thing that they get to do before they enter their spacecraft, and that is they get to make a phone call. So you can see one of the pad ninjas there is they're grabbing something. They're grabbing a good old reliable landline telephone, one of those you have to pick up, one of those. So every astronaut gets to make one final phone call using that phone. They get to pick whoever they want. Usually it's their family or, someone really, really close to them that they call just as one final last word sort of a thing. And this has been a tradition since the Apollo era. And this is the exact same phone that has been used since the Apollo era. When SpaceX took over, they left the tower pretty much the exact same as it always was, including that phone. So there we go, guys. A very historical telephone. Anyway, the other two crew are just coming out of the elevator now, as a matter of fact. So they're all going to make their phone call, and then they're going to enter their spacecraft. The other day during their launch attempt, I can't remember for the life of me if it was Sunday or Monday. I think it was Sunday. On Sunday night during their launch attempt, they all signed their names at the end of the crew access arm around the sticker that looks like their patch. No, I take it back. It was around the NASA sticker. The crew access arm at pad 39A has two stickers, one for NASA, one for SpaceX. If you are part of a NASA space mission, then you sign your name around the NASA sticker, and I'll be able to more properly show it to you when we get there. But if you're part of a SpaceX tourist mission, then you sign your name around the SpaceX sticker. So this is Crew 6. This is the 7th NASA space mission that SpaceX has done. They did one test flight and then started with 1 the following flight. So Crew 6 is number 7. And they have done 2 private space flights so far. Inspiration 4 and Axiom Mission 1. Ax 2 should be happening next year, or next month or the month after that. So yeah, SpaceX has sent, this will be their 9th time sending people into space in less than 3 years. They are on top of this. They are doing really good for themselves. But my point with all that is, since they already signed their names by the NASA sticker at the end of the crew access arm, they will not be signing it again tonight. No need to. Their names are already there in permanent ink. No need to worry. No need to worry about it. We are getting down to the 2-hour, 45-minute mark. Let's see. So 3 hours is 180 minutes. So we're at 168 minutes away from launch. I tend to agree, Katie.
All the
Her design is
are kind of
incredibly
already done.
cute.
So they've already signed the patch and crew quarters. They'll have already signed the meatball here. So some of those things that take a little bit of time that are baked into the timeline don't have to be redone. So you can see Woody and Steve just
Here they go. They're about to walk down. They're walking down the crew arm right now.
And there they are, coming through the
Second time doing this, but hopefully the last time.
making their way inside Dragon. Big thumbs up and a wave from the crew. They're hoping today is the day.
Okay, here we go. So you see on the right screen, you see the NASA logo with all the signatures beside it. There's the SpaceX logo with signatures beside it. They signed their names Sunday night, so they do not need to do it again tonight. And now pretty much all that's left is for them to check some things and then hop into the spacecraft and start getting strapped in. It looks like Steve is going to do that right now. So you will see that they have some, they're reaching down to their boots right now. Their boots have an anti-static layer that they peel off before they get into the spacecraft to make sure that they don't generate electricity, static electricity, before they get into the spacecraft, because that spacecraft is going to be pumped with pure oxygen. With static, you don't want a spark to go off, so yeah. So what they're doing now is I saw a Buc-ee's sticker. I saw a sticker for the Buc-ee's gas station. No way. Anyway, so they're going to take off their oh, they already did. They took off their insulating layer, and now they just got rubber boots, and they're going to hop into the spacecraft. Commander Steve Bowen is going in first, followed by pilot Woody Holberg. Again, their signatures are already all around that NASA logo right now. They don't have to worry about signing it a second time. And there they go, getting in there. These people dressed in black are affectionately known as the Pad Ninjas, because duh. But their official term is the Pad Closeout Crew. It's their job to ready the spaceship for the astronauts to get inside. It's their job to strap in the astronauts and make sure they're all ready to go to space. And then at the very end of their job, it is to close out the spacecraft, seal it up, make sure that there's no leaks, and then get this is called the White Room. And they're going to, configure the White Room to make sure there's nothing loose here, to make sure that the rocket is ready to go into space. So yeah, the Pad Ninjas are actually chosen by the crew. The crew has the privilege of choosing every single person, and they can pick whoever they want. They don't need to be NASA employees or SpaceX employees. Sometimes they will hire one of their best friends to be the photographer or the videographer for these missions. Oftentimes, though, they are indeed SpaceX and NASA employees. Looks like they're taking a picture of him right there. So the astronaut on the telephone right now is the UAE astronaut. This will be the very first time that the UAE has sent an astronaut onto a long-duration mission to the ISS, and only the second time that an astronaut from the UAE goes into space. The first time was in 2018 or 2019. Only went up there and came back down about a week later. For all intents and purposes, was an astronaut tourist. This guy is a full-blown astronaut. He will be part of the crew. He will be up there. basically for the entire time, doing stuff for the full 6 months.
Much more intensive ones later, but that's just to make sure that when they connect their umbilical, that it's
Making history in that
so
regard.
if you get a good comm check, you know that the little pins that connect that loop are good.
And here come these two walking down the hallway. We got an astronaut from the UAE and a cosmonaut from Russia on this. I believe this is SpaceX's very first time that they have astronauts from 3 different nationalities on a single flight. Crew 7 launching later this year will actually have astronauts from 4 nationalities, which I think is pretty cool. An astronaut from America, an astronaut from Canada, an astronaut from Russia, and an astronaut from Japan will be flying on Crew 7. SpaceX doing a lot of historical stuff.
The Ninja's name tags to take with them, and they distribute those amongst the crew so they can fit them in their pockets and satchels. And the question there, it looks like, what's the mobility like on the pressure suit while walking around? It's actually fine. It's just a little bit of pressure on the top of your head pulling down. And as you saw, that's kind of why they arched their back to look up. You can't tilt your neck backwards, and obviously if you turn your head side to side, your head is kind of turning inside the helmet as opposed to the entire helmet moving.
So yeah, getting some last minute items into the crew's spacesuits before they enter the spacecraft, because once you're strapped in, you're kind of stuck there until you either get into space or, you know, you can't move around. So if there's anything else they need to bring with them or anything, they got to do it now. Just getting them all configured and stuff.
So way different than if you were trying to walk around in an EMU, which is what we use for spacewalks. That would be a way different story, and you probably would not be able to walk on Earth.
Hi, Kazoo. Nice to see you again.
Weighs upward of 300-400 pounds, whereas this one is meant to be able to move around. When it is inflated, it's meant to be in the seat. So if it was pressurized, it's not meant to be moving.
So they either go into space or they get pulled out by the pad ninjas. Yeah, that's one way of thinking about it. The official there's quite a few different ways that they could be pulled out. They could suffer an in-flight abort and need to land in the ocean, or that guy is using Facebook Messenger. That guy was using Facebook Messenger on his tablet. Okay. They could suffer an in-flight abort, in which case they need to land in the ocean. Got to go out and fish them out. They'll be inside their capsule. They got to fish the capsule out, is what I meant. They could get a scrub tonight, in which case they've got to wait until everything is safe. Basically, that everything is exactly in the same state that it is now. No fuel in any of the tanks. Launch escape system turned off. Crew access arm up there with the hatch open. There's a lot of procedure that's in place in order to make sure that that everything is done safely. And sometimes it takes a while. So when the scrub happened on Sunday night, they scrubbed at T-minus 2 minutes. They still had to wait something like an hour and a half or 2 hours before they were able to get out of the spacecraft. And that was after they had been strapped in. I mean, here we are 2 hours and 40 minutes before launch. Can you imagine literally 5 hours from now is the next time you're able to get up and move around? It's not pleasant. It really is not pleasant. But but it's safe. Rather be uncomfortable than dead, you know? So everything is done with so much safety in mind for the crew that, yeah, even if you are strapped in your seat for 5 hours, at least you get out of it. You get to go home, go to bed. And most likely what's going to happen tonight is 2 hours and 40 minutes and 15 seconds from now, it's going to light up. And then 10 minutes later, they'll be in space and they won't be sitting in their seats anymore. They'll be floating in their seats and they won't have to worry about how unpleasant it feels. So here we go. Let's go ahead and listen in. I think they should be doing their comm checks here soon.
F-16 and
no, not F-16. No,
okay, sorry. F-15 and
F-15, F-15E, and then F-35. Yeah.
F-35, okay.
Talk about fighter
it's
jets.
Okay for people who fly the F-16. That's not their fault.
Well, the F-35 certainly the tip of the spear when it comes to the Air Force, and you were involved in that program for a while.
So this spacecraft, the spacecraft type is called Dragon. But this particular spacecraft has a name, and its name is Endeavour. You can barely see some stickers there right above my webcam. Those are the 3 missions that this spacecraft flew on before today. This will be its 4th trip. The very first one it did was Crew Dragon Demo 2, which was the very first crewed SpaceX flight, which sent Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley up to the International Space Station in May 2020. You guys might remember when I streamed that. This exact same spacecraft was then used for Crew 2, and then last year for Axiom Mission 1. And here it is making its 4th trip to space for Crew 6. This is SpaceX's flagship Crew Dragon, and yeah, a very historical spacecraft. There are 4 Crew Dragons total. This one is Endeavour. The second one was Resilience. The third one was called Endurance, and the final one was called Crew Dragon Freedom. They decided to name it last year, just after March. Can't imagine why. But yeah, those are the 4 Crew Dragon spacecraft that SpaceX has in their fleet. And this is Endeavour, their flagship. So, pretty cool. It's kind of fun to see this thing making its 4th trip into space already in under 3 years. You know, Space Shuttle did it all the time, but I don't know. For capsules, it feels a little more interesting, a little more special to me. Crew Dragons are rated for 5 trips to space total. So that means theoretically this Endeavour only has 1 trip after that. That being said, SpaceX has a habit of pushing things past what they're rated for. They were saying originally that they thought they could only land their rockets 10 times total. They now have about a dozen rockets that have landed more than that. Some of them have landed as many as 13, 14, I think 15 is the record. And there's no signs of stopping. So I wouldn't doubt that SpaceX is going to look at Endeavour after its 5th flight and say, nah, it's good to go again. Whether NASA allows them to or not is another question entirely. But we'll see. In the event that they do retire it, though, I wouldn't doubt that they would put it in a museum or probably just hang it in their headquarters at Hawthorne, California. They do that for a lot of their historical stuff. They just put it at their headquarters as a reminder to all their employees about the great stuff that they've done. Here they go, getting all strapped in. There is a procedure for this. It is a step-by-step procedure. So it's not just them doing things in random order. It is one item at a time, like on a bullet point list. This, then this, then this. Anyway, so you will also notice on each of these astronauts' left thighs, you will see a big box-like thing strapped to them. You can see it right there on Woody's leg. That is mostly an emergency kit. It has like a knife and a flare gun and some rations and stuff. If they need to bail, and then if they need to ditch their spacecraft if it's sinking, they've got stuff in there to keep them alive and to help them survive if they need to bail in the ocean. And on top of the pouch is an iPad. Every single astronaut has an iPad that integrates into the spacecraft using just generic Wi-Fi. And they're able to use it to talk to the spacecraft. They're able to use it to do random things. Like on Inspiration 4, on the way down, one of the astronauts watched Spaceballs on his iPad. Most of it is used just to talk to the spacecraft so they can see like the health. Is it healthy? Are there any emergencies going on? Like they could use it to check fuel levels and electric charge and stuff like that. But it can also just be used for iPad stuff. So it's just a straight up iPad, off the shelf iPads that they just connect to the spacecraft with Wi-Fi. Pretty funny how that works out, huh? Every astronaut gets one, and they don't get to keep it. It is SpaceX property, but
So they're basically having the crew make sure that, so you can see those white loops on their straps. They're meant so that the crew can find those and pull them tight. So that gives them leverage to pull down and tighten the restraints.
Explains the Facebook
And so there's
Messenger.
4 of them, 2 for their shoulders, and then you can see like Woody, you can see a little bit of, for example, down underneath his hands, you can see there's kind of a grouping of 4 of them. So 2 for his shoulders, 2 for the legs, and there's also toe loops, which you can kind of see on Steve's. You can see him up near like where like the top of his foot. And those we talked about
Ludicrous
sliding
speed.
different-
Actually, that very astronaut, Chris Dombrowski, he was part of my Artemis 1 NASA social group, so I got to spend quite a bit of time with him asking stuff, all kinds of stuff about his spaceflight, just nerding out about Artemis. And then I brought up the Spaceballs thing. He's like, yeah, I didn't know the cameras were on. Then I got down and I checked Twitter, and everyone was talking about Spaceballs. He felt bad about it because he was just trying to pass the time before the deorbit burn, but not everyone was like, that guy is watching Spaceballs in space. Yeah. It was funny.
They continue working through the countdown. Currently, no issues.
Hey, it's a
are
good
being
movie,
worked
it
at
is.
the moment.
And what better to
Earlier
watch
this
in
evening,
space than
around
space
7
movies?
p.m. Eastern time, there was a
You can see a little bit of a view of the various cameras in here. I think there's like 7 cameras in total for various angles. And here they go. They're going to wave goodbye. Probably as long as everything goes well, these will be the last time they see people on Earth for the next 6 months.
exits the capsule.
I don't think I have seen that, Katie. But yeah, the pad ninjas at this point have strapped the crew in. They've thrown in any last-minute items into the spacecraft, and we're going to see the seats begin to rotate up here soon. This is one of the coolest things about this spacecraft is these seats are actually motorized, and they will actually flip up to look up.
First 3 were demo 2, crew 2, and
So the reason for that is simple. Somebody who is really smart figured out in the 40s that if you're experiencing G-forces, it's best to have them push against you straight forward. Your chest, your ribs for humans are really, really good at taking pressure. And it's also a good way of making sure that blood stays in your head instead of going down to your feet. In fact, you see these black boots. These are actually, I forget what they're called. They're pressurized boots. They're compression boots. That's what they're called, in order to sort of encourage for blood to get out of the legs. Blood in the extremities is really bad if you're under pressure. So having blood as much in your core and in your head, especially your brain, as possible, is really, really important. So these seats are designed so that you can get into them just walking up to them and sitting down in them like you can in a normal chair. And then they flip up to face the astronauts towards the sky so that when the G-forces are pushing up against them during entry, during launch, or especially in the event of an emergency, they can stay conscious and perfectly happy and very comfortable. 3 Gs is what astronauts peak at, and if you're in a scenario like this, that's nothing. That's really, really...
as we get ready for
I wouldn't say it's completely comfortable, but it's definitely not uncomfortable. I'll have to watch that later, Katie.
camera woman with SpaceX, who's getting those fabulous shots.
Cannot access it.
These great views that we see. And this view right here, in fact, she's shooting it right now.
SpaceX copies, initiating seat rotation.
Here we go, seat rotation.
I'm sure it's a challenge to not only maintain that steady shot in that very small hatch, but she also has to maneuver around the team, making sure that she doesn't interfere with the operation. She's doing a great job.
Exactly.
There we go.
So there you can see the seats moving.
Isn't this
There,
cool?
Procedure 4.100 on the display, so that's what Woody was interacting with there a second ago.
Just about every other spaceship you have to physically climb into your seat, but not this. And also these seats are really interesting because once they're in space, they're able to stow these. So they're able to perfectly collapse the seats and put them in a storage locker. And that really frees up the inside of Dragon to give them a whole lot of room to spread their arms and do flips and stuff and really be comfortable on their way to the station. T-minus 2 hours and 30 minutes and counting. I've already been live for almost an hour and a half. So yeah, the next hour is going to be spent with the pad ninjas closing the spacecraft and then closing out the white room and then evacuating the pad. And I believe that fueling begins at around the 45-minute mark, somewhere around there. So for the next hour and a half, there's not going to be much to really see. But trust me, the time is going to pass by really fast. Especially if we listen to what they're saying instead of me with that hole in my face.
Containers, and they are referred to by the
Dragon
size.
SpaceX, you are go for Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
So now it's time to check and see if their suits are all ready for space. Now, to be clear, they're not going to be exposed to the vacuum of space. The whole point of a spaceship is to keep you from the vacuum of space. But in the event of an emergency, the spacecraft always has the chance of just suddenly losing pressure. And if you're exposed to a vacuum, you are going to die. So the spacesuits are pressurized all the way up, just in the event, the unlikely event, but in the event that the capsule loses pressure, your suit will keep you alive. So that's why they need to wear suits in the first place. The first several shuttles, actually, nobody wore a suit. They figure, oh, the shuttle's perfectly safe. They literally went in there wearing just regular overalls, just with some basic safety stuff, but it was completely unpressurized. Like, they just wore... I could have worn this going into space, and I would have been fine on those first few shuttle flights. After Challenger, they decided maybe we should bring back spacesuits, and spacesuits have been a requirement ever since for safety reasons. Will they ever actually need to be used? We really hope not, but it's always nice to know that there is that little bit of extra safety there. That's okay, Katie. You can just send it to me on... Oh, it looks like you already did. There we go. Yeah, you just did. Okay. I was going to say you can send it to me on Discord. Well, you did. There we go. Going back to space movie talk. Had to choose between a space movie to watch in space. I'd probably pick The Black Hole. That would be fun. It'd be fun to watch The Black Hole in space. Also, Chris, since I'm a member of Disney Movie Club now, I could totally pick up The Black Hole on Blu-ray. I probably will. I really need to prioritize getting Movie Club exclusive Blu-rays that I can't get anywhere else. Tron is one of the Blu-rays that I picked for my initial order, but you can get that outside of Movie Club. I really need to get like The Black Hole or The Parent Trap or Jungle to Jungle or Georgia the Jungle. I need to get some actual like bona fide, you can't get it anywhere else Blu-rays from Movie Club. Black Hole is definitely going to be one of them. You heard a Tron ride is in the works. It's finished. They're going to open it up in a few months. It's finished. They had some press check it out early. They have cast members checking it out right now. It's done. It looks great. It's a copy of the one in Shanghai. I'm going to be at the one in Shanghai in 2 years. Looking forward to that. Yeah, that's fair, Chris. Which Parent Trap? Well, actually, they have both of them available. They have the original one with... I was going to say Shirley Mills. That's not right. Haley Mills. They have the original one with Haley Mills, and they have the new one with Lindsay Lohan. And the only way to get a Blu-ray of either of them is through Disney Movie Club. I'll probably pick up both. They're both great films. I have more of a sentimental attachment to the new one just because I grew up with it, but the old one is a classic for a reason.
And you can see at this point, the last...
Hi, Toast!
Kind of critical. You try
Hello,
to
DJ. Wow.
That can actually
People
throw
popping
off
in all of a sudden.
And so at the same time that they're performing these suit leak checks, new for this mission, SpaceX is also right now performing the side hatch inspection. This is part of them doing those operations in parallel that I mentioned earlier, which will save them time and build time into the margin.
Exactly,
just in case they need it.
Yeah, wherever you can buy margin, because these are all instantaneous.
Space is hard. And you probably heard it there. Instantaneous launch window. They've got 1 second to launch this thing tonight. A 1 second window. They can't launch it too early or else they'll miss the station. They can't launch it too late or they'll miss the station. They got 1 second to launch this thing tonight. And if they miss that, their next launch opportunity isn't for another few days from now. So that's what they're saying there. Trying to build as much time into this as possible, so in the event of a problem, they are able to... They're able to give themselves more time to figure it out. Here we go. Launch forecast. POV stands for probability of violation, 5%. That means we got a 95% on weather today. That is really good. That's identical to how it was Sunday. So that's 95% chance that the weather is going to be good. I like those odds. That's really, really good for a space trip.
It's good to hear the good suits, and there we see them
Already
well
working
underway with that side hatch inspection.
Yep, so I'd expect the crew...
Looks
will
like
pop their
the
bodies back open here
suits
shortly.
had a good leak check. These are all good
And then
to be
the
pressurized.
core mentions, you can see them opening now. And you can definitively see, it's a good example there now, you can see Andre, with the way his helmet sits when it's depressurized, you can see all the way down to his chin. So you can see how the suit expands when it's inflated.
Want to wrap up the weather.
And what happened to Reinhardt in that film was kind of like nightmare material. Imagine spending, like, if you're stuck inside of a robot, that means you would literally never be able to die. That's a scary thought. He deserved it, though. He got his comeuppance.
Continues to inspect and document.
SpaceX copies.
Also, spoiler alert for a 50-year-old B film that nobody
The launch
sees.
team still monitoring the weather in the ascent corridor. And I understand from our team at JSC that that's right on the line. We're green to go at the moment, but they are monitoring that closely. Of course, this is the winds and the sea states along the ascent corridor. Should, for some reason, Dragon need to abort off the top of the Falcon 9, it would need to splash down somewhere along the eastern seaboard. And you got to have good weather conditions because
Here's the countdown clock. Been here many times. Yeah, so this is pad 39A that we're looking at here. Pod 39B is off to the left of that. It's kind of cool that you could see both of those from that countdown clock.
Beautiful here, but bad along the eastern seaboard. And it's not just unique to Dragon. Actually, when I was talking to Steve about this scrub, so you mentioned he flew on STS-126 and STS-127, which is the following shuttle flight. He was the lead astronaut closeout crew, and they had 6 scrubs, and 2 of those were the weather was beautiful here, but not along the ascent corridor.
Yeah, I remember. I remember 127. It got scrubbed like 6 times. I actually, that was right when I was starting to watch space shuttles live on NASA TV, and I had to keep begging my dorm dean to let me get up at like 3 a.m. to watch it on the TV. Like, he was like, look, you can't keep watching this at 3 a.m. It's like, oh, I'm going to keep watching it until they go. What was it like seeing the rocket launch in person? Videos and photos can never do it justice, especially Artemis 1. I found out later it is the brightest rocket of all time and the loudest rocket of all time. And I was the closest person to that in the world, so you can imagine. The exhaust of the rocket, you know, the big bright spot, it's almost like looking at the sun. You know how when you launch fireworks, the bright spot actually like is it sparkles like a really bright star, and it kind of hurts your eyes a little to look at it. Well, a rocket is just like a firework. A firework is a small rocket. So imagine that, but just really, really bright. It really was like looking directly at the sun. The closest that I can think of that I've seen in person is the solar eclipse, where, you know, the moon passes in front of the sun. And right at the point where the moon exited the sun, or the sun emerged from behind the moon, it's super bright, but you can look at it for just a split second before it gets too bright and then it hurts your eyes. That was what it was like to look at the Artemis launch. In fact, I still had black spots in the center of my vision for about a day afterwards because I was looking at it for too long. But the sound, measured at 129 decibels, which is about as loud as a jackhammer without ear protection. And it was loud, but more so than loud, you could feel the sound waves going through your body. It felt like an earthquake that your entire body experienced. I felt a rumbling in my chest when the main sound from Artemis hit me. It was like it almost gave my heart palpitations. It kind of felt like my heart had palpitations, even though I know my heart was perfectly fine. I do not recommend a rocket launch that close for people who have heart problems, because I really do think it might mess up your heartbeat. So, but yeah, it was just amazing to behold. And you could check from my video, I was probably the most excited person there. It was amazing. And of course, one of my favorite things of the launch, one of my favorite sights from the launch, wasn't even the launch itself. It was reviewing the footage later and seeing a camera that someone else had set up and pointed at the crowd. At its peak brightness, it lit up the sky like it was the middle of the day. You could see the sky just turn blue behind everyone, and this light flashing on everyone so well that it made it look like it was a group of tourists at the beach watching a bunch of birds fly by. It was really, really amazing. I'm sorry to hear that, Katie. There's always other opportunities, I think. So that's what it was like to experience Artemis 1 for me. And hopefully, like the actual feeling, like the physical feeling of being there, it's impossible to properly describe. But the emotions that I felt like I did a pretty good job of summarizing in my Artemis 1 video, because a lot of my emotions that I experienced at the time, I shared as I was experiencing them, and I think I did a fair job of summarizing them. So hopefully I did a good job conveying that. I hope to get to Artemis 2. At this point, I think I've got a 50-50 shot of getting into the NASA Social for Artemis 2. I really hope that I get in. And if I don't, I'm going to try and travel there and just see it from the beach. That'll be the first time in 50 years that humans will go to the moon, and I don't want to miss it. If I can get as close as I did with Artemis 1, I would be incredibly grateful, but I would also be incredibly lucky. I think NASA knows that. Like, they keep letting me go to NASA social events. At some point, I wonder if they're going to say, no, you've been to enough, let other people have a chance. But they haven't said no yet. And I think the fact that I did go to Artemis 1 both helps and hurts my chances. It hurts because, again, let someone else go. But it also helps because it's like, oh, you did the first one. A lot of people loved it. You had a good experience. We loved having you. Sure, come again. Because we know that you're going to be okay. We know that you won't be a crazy guy. I think I've got a 50-50 chance of getting into the Artemis 2 NASA social group. And again, if I don't, I'm just going to drive down there and camp out on the beach. I'll do what I'll have to in order to see it happen. I don't want to miss seeing people go to the moon. Yeah, Bob and Doug, the first two SpaceX astronauts, got the Congressional Medal of Honor, something like that.
A well-deserved honor. Doug Hurley recently retiring from the astronaut corps. Bob Behnken still cranking it along. In fact, he
likely, Katie, yes, likely.
Co-host sitting in your seat, Raja, for Crew 5.
Excuse me.
And it's a great contribution. I like the soundbite.
Capped on tape.
The smiling faces on the pointy end of a
Oh,
rocket
okay.
ship. But they often, gave a lot of credit to those around them who helped.
Okay, looks like they are happy with how the seal is looking, and they're about to close out the cabin. They are really ahead of schedule. I think at this point on Sunday, it was like the T-minus 1 hour 50 minute mark, and they were still ahead of schedule. They are really ahead of schedule.
The vice president said, it literally is a new era of space flight. I mean, Kathy, leaders mentioned, here we are on...
You can see the NASA logo and the SpaceX logo there on the right side of the screen with signatures around them. Again, the NASA logo has signatures of NASA astronauts who have gone to the International Space Station as part of the Commercial Crew Program. And the SpaceX logo has the signatures of private astronauts who have been space tourists and have flown with SpaceX separate from NASA. So far, there's only 8 signatures around the SpaceX logo from 2 different crews, and a total of 7 crews that have signed around NASA's logo. I guarantee both of those are going to be filling up really fast over the next few years. Oh, cool. I don't have Netflix, Katie, so I haven't seen it, unfortunately. Again, I have these plaques here. I have 3 of these total. So I have these plaques of whatever U.S. space mission is currently in space. So this one is Crew 5, which went up there last year. And I have this empty one here and the patch for Crew 6. So they get to space today. I'll be putting that patch in there and leaving it there until they come back 6 months from now. So yeah, I love collecting space patches. You see this display behind me, what I'm pointing at right there? That is all space patches. I love collecting them. I've been collecting them since the shuttle era. And it's just a little tradition I do, a little ritual, if you will, where whenever a space flight successfully makes it to space, I put the patch in these plaques, picture frames, whatever you want to call them, and I leave them there until they come back. Netflix is a shared account with your family. Well, I hope that keeps working for you. So at this point, the astronauts are all strapped in and just chilling, honestly. There's not much left for them to do until it's time to start tanking up the spacecraft, which is probably another hour and a half from now. This is Skul, shorter goal TCG of Space Command. I would give anything to go into space. I don't know if I actually ever will, but I would love to. It is my ultimate dream. I'm going to be going to a Comic-Con in 2 weeks. I'm going to be meeting William Shatner, and I'm going to be asking him about his space flight. So, that should be a lot of fun. What did I think of the Lightyear movie? I was disappointed, if I'm honest. It was not fun to me. I didn't like Lightyear. I just didn't. I wanted to. I went into it with such high hopes, and then it was a letdown for me. Oh, that's kind of cool, Chris. Well, I don't suppose most people would have known about it. I knew about it because, I'm huge into space. I know everything that's going on at a given time. I'm glad that he got to go. Like, of pretty much any, major actor or celebrity in general that I can think of who I'd want to go into space, he's definitely one of, the top 5 that I would think of who I would want to see go to space. Tom Hanks is also on there, maybe a few other people I could think of, but, William Shatner, I feel like, especially after seeing, you could tell it changed him. The experience changed him for the better. And I think I'm happy that he got to go. Turning Red should have been Pixar's return to theaters. Yeah, it should have been. And it was going to be. But then Bob Chapek's nah. No one liked that. No one at Pixar knew it was going to be a Disney Plus release until he made the announcement. Hey guys, your film got canned. He didn't even say sorry. He just said, this is the way things are now. Deal with it. I'm glad he's gone. I'm glad Iger's back. The king has returned.
Thanks, Daryl. As we said earlier, the team here in Mission Control Houston is actively monitoring the International Space Station as they await Dragon's arrival. The crew aboard the International Space Station is currently in a sleep period, and they are scheduled to wake up at midnight Central Time. They have completed a number of tasks to prepare the station for Crew 6, like setting up tools to monitor Dragon's arrival and prepping the sleep stations for the new residents. Many of their clothes and other belongings launched on a previous cargo resupply mission. And then back here in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Judd Freeling and his team are in constant communication with the SpaceX mission director for Crew 6's launch to the space station. Once we get into integrated operations, the NASA flight director will be conducting this series of go, no-go polls at the predetermined checkpoints for Dragon's approach. We'll continue to follow along from here in Mission Control Houston. And during our launch coverage, we like to highlight employees in the commercial crew program who are working behind the scenes to make today's mission possible. Earlier this week, Kennedy's Jasmine Hopkins spoke to NASA's recovery director for Crew 5. Let's take a look.
Joining us now is NASA Recovery Director Brian Barry. Thanks for being here.
Of course, thank you.
Of course. So, Brian, we understand that you are the NASA Recovery Director for Crew.
My mic was muted the whole time.
A lot of things for human spaceflight. Can you tell us?
Sure. Yeah, that's right. So I started my career.
All I was saying was that
ISS program.
the crew on station isn't going to wake up until this crew launches. That's all I was saying.
So I had the opportunity to
That's the gist of it. Yeah, I got the Turning Red 4K. It's a great disc. I'm glad that I got it. And yeah, I think Turning Red was my favorite animated film last year. To be fair, I did not see Pinocchio. I probably would say Pinocchio would be the better one. But Turning Red, of all animated films I did see last year, was my favorite. And that's crazy to think that Lightyear and Strange World were just dead last. How weird is it that DreamWorks made not one but two better films than Disney did last year? That's just nuts. They made The Bad Guys, which I thought was a lot of fun, and they made Puss in Boots, which genuinely is just a tremendous film. But yeah, I think my personal pick for animated film last year would be Turning Red. Again, have not seen Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, but Guillermo del Toro, holy cow, I can talk. But of what I've seen, I think Turning Red is my favorite. I enjoyed that a lot more than I expected. I really didn't think that I would enjoy Turning Red, but I loved it. And then I hated Lightyear and Strange World going into them thinking I was going to enjoy them. So, oh man. But Bad Guys and Puss in Boots, good films, great films even.
You get the full feel of the 6-month mission, so you understand what the crew is going through for that long of a mission. And I think I just want to bring that crew perspective of the ISS side to the CCP program, and so when it's time to bring the crew home, you know, we know we owe them a smooth...
Saying their final goodbyes, it looks like.
So that's our priority and our objective.
Right. Brian, it's great that you have that personal relationship with them. What challenges do you and the recovery team have to be prepared for?
Well, the biggest challenge for recovery for Dragon is definitely the weather. We have to find a landing site
closing the hatch,
and the waves are low. So SpaceX has
still got over 2 hours to launch
around the state of Florida that we can look at and choose the best weather. Beyond that, you know, we start looking at things like
the closing of the hatch actually takes a lot longer than you'd think. You'd think it'd just be as simple as close the door, lock it up, walk away. But no, they have to close it. They have to pressurize the inside of the spacecraft, and they have to check to make sure that there isn't a leak. And that process can take something like 20 minutes. It is not a fast process. That being said, it does look like they have closed the hatch and locked it. Now they just need to make sure that the leak check passes. And this is another reason why they prefer being so ahead of schedule, because if it doesn't pass the leak check, it gives them a chance to open it up, check the seal, wipe off anything that might be causing a bad leak, a bad seal, and then try again. They've had to do that once or twice, where it was a bad leak, they opened it up, and they literally wiped away like a human hair. And then they got a good seal after that. Like, it does not take much to get a bad seal.
In SpaceX's fleet, with flight number 4 today, hopefully.
So do I,
get off
Katie.
the pad and notch another flight under its belt. Countdown is proceeding nominally at this point.
So, I have a friend on Twitter. Well, he's been my friend longer than I've been on Twitter. He's been a friend longer than I've been on YouTube, who is a furry, and I'm not. I'm not, but I got nothing against them. And he posted a picture of Diane Foxington, Portia Crystal from Sing, and Judy Hopps, and said, sequels for all of these films have been announced. Imagine if all of them released the exact same year. And I replied, I'm not a furry, but if that happened, that would be a pretty good year. I'm not attracted to them, but I can appreciate their designs and that they are cute. They're really adorable looking characters, right? They're really, really awesome. So, hey, getting sequels for all of those films all in the same year, I think a lot of people would be pretty happy by that.
Events. I thought it was interesting.
Nothing has happened yet, Captain Swag. They are incredibly ahead of schedule. Yeah, Chris, that's exactly what he said. I'm not a furry, but sure. Pokey furs are a thing. Yeah, they are. Anyway, but yeah, nothing interesting has happened, Captain Swag. They are incredibly ahead of schedule, which is, on purpose. So, still got a little over 2 hours left until launch. So the next hour is going to be the pad closeout crew. the pad ninjas, making sure the seal on this thing is good, which takes 20 minutes. And then they're going to safe the white room to make sure nothing loose is in there. Then they got to evacuate. And then crew access arm is going to swing away like literally an hour from now. That's the next big thing that happens. Well, I would hope so, given the very real dress rehearsal. That's fair. That's very fair. She's a Suicune. Oh, I love the new Suicune. Walking Wake. I love that thing. I want to ride that thing into battle. That looks like a beast. Ho-Oh has some explaining to do. Anyway, yeah, they're pressurizing the spacecraft now. They got this little meter here that checks the pressure inside and outside to make sure that it's a good seal.
SpaceX Dragon, have you loud and clear?
Core, loud and clear. Teeter's comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD.
All the ground crew are doing their comm checks now just to make sure all of them can talk with all 4 astronauts and all 4 astronauts can talk with all of them.
Countdown 1, comm check.
I have a lot of friends who are furries, Katie. It's interesting. Like, this is completely a coincidence. This is completely unrelated. But, like, I've noticed that I have a lot of friends who are furries, and I have a lot of friends, like, the majority of my friends, I would say, who are LGBT plus, whatever. Like, my wife is bisexual. It's I don't know if it's just because that kind of stuff is becoming more accepted, and so more people are okay with publicly sharing it, or if that's just the kind of people I end up being friends with. But it's just interesting for me to step back and realize, wow, I actually have very few straight friends. And then, like I said, I have a lot of friends who are furry, and a lot of them assume I'm a furry too, just because I hang out with them, and I don't think they're weird or anything. I'm not a furry. I have nothing wrong with furries. I mean, if all you're doing is dressing up in a mascot costume and making ooh sounds, then what's wrong with that?
Dragon SpaceX. Launch configuration.
Yeah, I'm not a furry, and I'm straight. I'm about as vanilla as they come. Size, white, straight, guy, person. Like, that's me. But I accept everyone as they are. There's some people I don't quite understand them or why they would be that way, but I also realize I don't need to understand. If that's who they are, so what? Let them keep being that way. If they're not hurting anyone, who cares? Hi, Twilight Main. Nice to see you again.
And so for the launch, they tie those 2 nets together for the period of launch itself, specifically to be able to tell the crew to initiate a launch escape. And to your point, Daryl, you're exactly right. The handle that's between Woody and Steve that you can't see in this view, it's up by the displays, is essentially like an ejection handle. So you can pull that and it'll initiate a launch escape. But exactly like you said, it wouldn't do it right now. You could pull the handle, nothing would happen. So it is only armed, and we'll hear that later.
Yeah, the launch escape is one of the first things that they do once the crew access arm swings away. But again, that's not for another hour. So the crew access arm is going to swing away from the spacecraft an hour from now. Then they're going to arm the launch escape system, so in the event of an emergency, Dragon can separate itself from the rocket and get them out of there safely and quickly. And then they're going to start fueling up the rocket at about the 45-minute mark, plus or minus 5 minutes.
So it's on the ground that they're doing that. It's pretty much
Dragon
transparent
SpaceX,
to the crew.
commencing health check for launch escape system. Expect momentary flight computer state change, followed by transition back to pad hatch closed.
There's that state change we were talking about.
Right.
SpaceX Dragon will be watching, thank you.
And so so they're not arming it yet, but what they're doing is checking the automated parameters. So they put it into a mode to look at the automated triggers to make sure none of them are showing out of limits, because right now it's sitting on the pad.
Hey, knowing how to trigger a pad abort's a very important thing. Luckily, the Apollo never needed to do it. No American spacecraft has ever needed to do a pad abort. And the 2 times it's happened in Russia has really sucked. One time, the rocket initiated a pad abort because they forgot that the Earth rotates. There was a launch abort, like very similar to Sunday night, where it was supposed to launch, but it didn't. And they decided, okay, well, let's go out and check it out. And T-minus 2 hours and counting. And while a bunch of people were out there, the thing triggered. And it killed people. It killed a lot of people. Because between the time that it was supposed to launch and when they got out there, the Earth had rotated 8 degrees. And the gyroscope in charge of the launch abort system triggered because it was programmed to see if you're 8 degrees out of alignment, that's beyond the point where the rocket is stable, so it's supposed to pull you away because it assumes that the rocket is turned on and that it is veered off course. It was not turned on. The pad abort turned on, which lit the rocket underneath it, so that was bad. And the second time there was a pad abort, it actually did save the crew's life because the rocket had caught on fire. And literally, they had to pull so many hoops to turn that on. This was Soyuz T-18A, I believe. Anyway, Soyuz 18A. Anyway, they couldn't get it to go, and the automatic pad abort system wasn't working. They finally had to send some kind of an obscure computer command in order to trigger it, as the rocket was on fire underneath them. I mean on fire, engulfed in flames. They finally got the pad abort triggered, and then the rocket blew up just 15 seconds later. It saved the crew's lives without a doubt, and it hurt. One of the crew broke like 4 of their teeth because of the G-forces. And when they landed, they turned off the flight recorder because they were swearing so much. I can't say I blame them. But yeah, there has been an instance where a pad abort system saved a crew's life. And those are the only 2 instances in history where an abort has happened on the pad. The first one was uncrewed, the second one was crewed. Here we go, some zero-G indicators.
Uncrewed flight test in 2017 called Demo 1, which 4 years ago today, Raja, it was launched. That was followed up by a sequin bedazzled dinosaur named Tremor.
I have that.
By Bob Binken's son Theo.
I have one of those.
Mate Doug Hurley's son Jack. We just talked about
Dragon SpaceX, good side hatch leak check.
Crew 1 took a toy Baby Yoda with them to the first 4-person crew.
Baby Yoda!
And then, since then, it's been all stuffed animals. A penguin for Crew 2, a turtle, your turtle, for Crew 3. And then for Crew 4, it was a turtle and a chimp.
Double turtle.
Double turtle. And then for the last mission, the first humanoid, the little Albert Einstein little thinker plush doll. And so
yeah, every crew brings a zero-G indicator with them. It'll be interesting to see what Crew 6 brings with them. No one knows what the zero-G indicator is until they get into space and it starts floating up in the cabin. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think that I actually have copies of quite a few of those. Inspiration 4, which was a private space tourist flight, brought a dog plush with them that is a plush version of the St. Jude Children's Hospital dog mascot. And they sold copies of that exact dog on their website, and they sold out. They sold like 1,000 of them, and I got one. I was so happy. And of course, all proceeds went to St. Jude. That I am so happy that they made that mission. And of course, they continue supporting St. Jude even now. I try to support St. Jude with these streams. So every penny I earn from the last launch attempt and tonight's launch attempt, I'm forwarding all of that money to St. Jude and doubling it. So I'm very, very happy to promote and support the hospital and the cause. Oh, yeah. And the Kerbal on Artemis 1 is a zero-G indicator. Well, actually, no, the Kerbal was actually on Starliner. It wasn't on Artemis 1. Artemis 1 brought Snoopy, which is not the first time that Snoopy has gone to the moon, believe it or not. Snoopy was the official mascot for Apollo 10, which was the dress rehearsal for the first moon landing. They named the command module Charlie Brown, and the lunar module Snoopy, and they teamed up with Peanuts creator Charles Schultz to educate the public and entertain children to teach them more about space. And on a similar note, I thought this was cool. One of the Apollo 15 astronauts, Al Worden, actually appeared on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood before his flight to talk with Mr. Rogers and his children viewers about his upcoming moon flight. And what happened was he asked for children to send questions to him. He brought those letters to the moon with him on Apollo 15, and then followed up with Mr. Rogers after the flight, brought all of this mail that he brought with him to the moon, and opened it up and answered their questions on camera, which I think is just one of the coolest things ever. Apollo 15 in history kind of has a bad rap because they committed postage fraud while they were doing it, but it's kind of nice to see just the sheer amount of goodwill that the Apollo astronauts were doing to try and bring as much entertainment and education to children, especially, as they could. Between Charlie Brown, Snoopy, and Apollo 10, and Mr. Rogers and Apollo 15, and tons of other things all in between. It's really nice to see that. And it's nice to see NASA continuing this with making Snoopy the mascot for Artemis 1, and I'm sure they've got more coming up with future Artemis missions as well.
We have an hour and 53 minutes until liftoff at 12:34 a.m. Eastern Time here from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, America's spaceport. Now as the pad team wraps up its final checks and clears the white room.
Yeah, the world needs more Mr. Rogers, no kidding. I was interested, there was this time when I was getting, the YouTube algorithm was just recommending Mr. Rogers stuff to me nonstop, and it'll probably start again now that I mentioned him out loud. But there was a video that they recommended me that got my attention, which was the very first episode ever. And the very first thing that he does in that episode, when he finishes his song, Won't You Be My Neighbor, he says, well, welcome to the studio. I'm looking forward to talking with you today. Like, the very first thing he does is admits it's a set. Welcome to the studio. He never treated children as inferior. He never dumbed them down. He always treated them as equals to adults from the very beginning, which is probably part of the reason why he was so loved. Was he was just really sweet, but he was also really honest. So so again, when astronauts go to the moon, people like me, when I talk to them, I could be like, so can you tell me your experience or tell me about some technical thing. And I would think children would just be more like, what does zero gravity feel like? Or what color is the moon or stuff like that. But no, like Mr. Rogers was just straight up talk to the children like he would talk to me. We may not be technical expertise on the moon, not technical experts on how the moon works, on how space travel works, but you could tell us what the experience is like, and children would understand it just as well as adults. I just think that that's awesome. World needs more Mr. Rogers. I don't know if that's even possible these days. The world is just too full of cynics. Too full of people who are entitled to being right all the time, every time. I don't think that Mr. Rogers could exist in the world right now. No one would take him seriously.
But we get practice doing that.
Sounds like they got a good seal.
The pool for like practice. Yeah, well, when you're doing NBL runs, you're in that suit for like 8 hours. In a mag also, so that's kind of where you start.
Okay, so the pad ninjas are going to safe the white room and evacuate the pad, and then about an hour from now they're going to start filling up the rocket.
You get used to using it, but that's exactly what you do. You saw
everything is ahead of schedule and no problems so far. And looking at the latest weather report, still at 95%. They're still looking at those clouds downrange. But so far, so good.
Especially into space, because you tend to get dehydrated, so you want a fluid load. But the downside is that, especially when you're on your back with your knees in your chest, it tends to give you the sensation that you have to go to the bathroom.
This is an incredible insight here, Raj, and I imagine you've created probably a little bit of stir on social media right now as people are bandying about the answers and the insight that you just gave. But I will say this, in my time in being around astronauts, The whole bathroom and space combination is one of the most consistently.
Oh yeah, Mr. Rogers passed away in 2003. he died a while ago. But I highly recommend 2 movies if you're interested in Mr. Rogers. The first one is A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood, which is it's a documentary. It's not about Mr. Rogers, but he plays a supporting role. It's not a documentary. It's a dramatization. Got to make sure I don't mix these up. A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood. Okay, this one is the biographical film. This is not the documentary. So, A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood. This stars Tom Hanks in one of his best roles in the last 20 years as Mr. Rogers. The other one I recommend is an actual documentary called Won't You Be My Neighbor, and it is probably one of the best documentaries that's ever been made. So I highly recommend you check out both of those. A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood and Won't You Be My Neighbor.
Handover, basically saying that Crew 5 and Crew 6 will be aboard the space station.
Okay, you can see on the screen there where the ISS is right now. It looks like it's it's off the coast of Florida. Probably 1,000 miles off the coast, but you can see it on the big screen there. I've been in this room. So, yeah, at any given point, you could tell exactly where the ISS is. So, you could see actually that it'll be passing over Florida 90 minutes from now, and then Texas 90 minutes after that. Cool. The squiggles on the world map confuse you. Well, that's the track of the station. The station actually doesn't change its path, but the Earth rotates underneath it. So when it goes up and down like this, if you were to project that onto a globe, it makes more sense rather than a flat map. This is the NASA administrator. I met him. I got a picture with him.
It's another pleasure.
He's also a spaceflight veteran. He flew on the final shuttle before Challenger.
That you've been in the shoes of these astronauts before, that when you were flying on shuttle, it scrubbed 4 times. So do you have any words of wisdom, any words of encouragement for the astronauts tonight?
Well, words of encouragement. Enjoy yourself while you're laying there strapped in on your back, trying to get off the face of the Earth. But the serious...
What is with this OBS making these pictures so big?
We think it's safe. And that was what was important.
That's me and him. That's me and him for the Artemis 1 NASA social. Right. I met probably...
made the call.
I during that one NASA social, I probably met 12 astronauts. And in the rest of my life, I've met another 10. So at this point, I have literally met half of all of NASA's astronauts. I doubt that any of them would remember me, but I remember them.
Launch tonight, Bill, and all the work that we're doing in low Earth orbit on the space station.
It's probably
really
a stupid high-res picture. Very likely, because it is. I've been live for 2 hours.
Well,
holy cow.
We have just this unbelievable opportunity now to go back to the moon, but this time it's different. First of all, we're going to a different place on the moon. It's the South Pole. And that's where we think the water is. And if you get to harvest water, all of a sudden you have hydrogen and oxygen. You've got rocket fuel. We're also going back for a different reason. We're going to stay there. We're going to learn to live, to work there, to invent, to create, all for the purpose that we're going to Mars. And, you know, the moon's just a few days away. Mars is months and months away. And so that's why this is so important for us to get back to the moon.
It really is important.
Yeah, there really is not anything tangible that's going to be happening here. A lot of what's happening is just the pad ninjas inside the White Room just stowing things away in closets and making sure that everything's tied down and then leaving. So there's not much that's going to be happening for the next hour that we can actually see. So they're going to be doing a lot of talking to pass the time. And I guarantee that the astronauts are like listening to music or something like that right now.
The NASA rocket, we're going to go into lunar orbit and we're going to join up with a SpaceX lander. And then our crew will then go down to the surface for 6 days.
Talking about Artemis 3. Oh! Only 6 days now. That's changed. The plan up until now has been a 2-week trip. I guess they shortened it. Huh. Okay. Let's see. A few Mr. Rogers fun facts. Mr. Rogers was a trained pianist. That's true. Mr. Rogers' mother made the sweaters he always wear. Aw. I think I knew that once upon a time, but I had forgotten about that. That's cool.
But look up on the station right now. They're not only Russians, but there's also a Japanese astronaut up there. And so it is a very international program, particularly on the space station, because there we've got 16 international partners.
Right, it really is important. We go further when we go together. Administrator Nelson, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thanks so much.
Of course. Daryl, back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine and Administrator Nelson. And we are now T-minus 1 hour and 44 minutes from launch as we look at the pad here.
Yeah, you can see the ninjas in there doing doing their work. The spacecraft is all sealed up. There's nothing left for them to do except safe the room and leave, so.
We want to also take a closer look at some of the life-changing science that astronauts are performing.
I'll let you guys watch
aboard
this
the
for a
destination,
minute. I'm
the
going to BRB.
International Space Station.
The International Space Station is a state-of-the-art microgravity laboratory that is unlocking discoveries not possible on Earth and helping us push farther into deep space.
Every single day, we are answering big questions about Earth and about space, about where we came from and about where we're going. But the other thing that we're doing is we're learning more questions to ask.
Microgravity turns almost everything we know upside down. Liquids behave completely differently. Fire burns in new ways. Biological systems reveal surprises.
There's a few things that have made me gasp out loud up on board Space Station. Watching heart cells actually beat has been a pretty big one.
We're studying ways to grow food in microgravity.
I got to tell you, these are pretty amazing.
We're learning how human bodies react to life in space and how to keep crew members safe and strong on long-duration exploration missions.
Deadlifts are awesome on Earth. They're also awesome in zero gravity.
We're testing technologies that will be critical to our return to the moon and great leap to Mars. Our research has contributed to medical and social benefits on our home planet, allowing us to find new ways to combat disease back on Earth and develop technologies to deliver clean water to remote communities in need. The spectacular vantage point of more than 200 miles above our planet supports our monitoring of Earth's climate, natural disasters, and plant life.
The orbital perspective that we have here on the ISS is just absolutely amazing. Earth is gorgeous.
The growing new space economy, so vital to our continued progress in space, is flourishing in low Earth orbit. We're inspiring future generations from a platform that is one of the largest international collaborations of our time. We're doing science at 17,500 miles per hour. Come along for the ride.
Love the shot of the cells there, the heart cells beating inside microgravity. It's really impressive. And inside this Dragon, 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut going up to the International Space Station to continue that important work of science on our orbiting laboratory. Well, there are astronauts in place and our cosmonaut getting ready for liftoff at 12:34 a.m. Eastern Time. Crew 6. Still got a ways to go. We've got to arm the launch escape system, got to fuel up the rocket, count it down, and launch it into space. In the meantime, our next guest played a key supportive role in the development of the Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft, and we visited with him on the first attempt, and he's back. His name is John Posey, and he's NASA's Crew Dragon lead engineer. Appreciate you having you back.
Thanks for having me back.
John, you were on the console yesterday as we counted down, or I'm sorry, not yesterday, Sunday, I should say, overnight during the first attempt. And we were just talking about, how NASA and SpaceX works through something like that. Just to recap, there was a clogged filter for the engine ignition fluid. That they saw the data, but weren't exactly sure at the moment what the cause was, found out later what it was, cleared it out, fixed it, and here we go again. How does NASA and SpaceX work through something like that?
Dragon SpaceX, confirm when ready for comm checks with Falcon 9 operators.
On the loops, on the net, talking to each other. On the NASA side, the mission support team that my team and I report up the loop through the chief engineer to the NASA ops manager. The NASA ops manager is in direct contact with SpaceX launch director throughout the whole count, keeping apprised of issues that we can evaluate it as a team, make sure that both SpaceX and the NASA side get comfortable that we're good for crew launch. And so, like as you said, with the igniter fluid, the TTAB, the pyrophoric fluid that they load into the rocket to ignite the Merlin engines on Falcon 9's first stage, they provided the supply of the fluid, and they were expecting to see a good bleed in and start to see a response in the catch tank. And at first they weren't seeing a response, did some troubleshooting, and started to see a little bit of a response, but it was abnormal. So, based on the response of the catch tank and how that fluid fill was not really in family, the team talked through different scenarios. What could happen if we don't have a full bleed in? What is the appropriate course of action? So in the end, I think the team made a really good call to stand down that attempt. And then, of course, since then, they've gone into the system, did find, like you said, a clogged filter, a little bit more oxidation than typical. And that's kind of expected over the course of that system's use. And SpaceX does proactively go in and change that filter very frequently. This one got clogged a little sooner than normal. So caught us a little bit by surprise after, having a good performance on static fire. But, sometimes things like that happen.
There's so many systems that have to be just right in order for a rocket launch to go off. So it is impressive when they have something like that and work quickly through it.
Yeah, it's to turn it around that quickly is impressive. And like Kathy and multiple people said, in light of this, it just reminds us space flight is hard.
Absolutely. And so, John, now that you're returning for launch attempt number 2, how does the team reset for the next attempt?
Yeah, so the team has had a couple days to rest and get, eyes on the data from the first attempt, very important. So, we look through all the different performance sensor blips, anything that there is to look at, make sure that we're good to go today. So, yeah, the team's on console. I checked in with the folks on console just before coming on air, and everything's been going great. So, Dragon looks like it's ready to go today, and so we'll keep monitoring right through the big phases, like you said, launch escape arm, and then if the entire vehicle is ready and everyone's go for flight, we'll go get this off the ground today.
And that's great news. Everything been going pretty smoothly so far. Our weather and the ascent corridor is the one thing we're kind of keeping an eye on closely. Keep an eye on a lot of things, but that one is the one that's kind of right on the line there. But so far, looking like we're going to go forward for an attempt, and that's great news. We've got 3 consecutive days, right, that we can do it now. So every 24 hours, we have an opportunity, a little less than 24 hours. And why is that we can go 3 days in a row?
Well, it's how the orbital mechanics work out, right? For getting to the station, and looking at the phasing times, the duration is important. Some days the phasing time to get to the International Space Station would just be too long for the crew to be, inside there for 3-4 days. So we try to get, shorter opportunities. Of course, we're protecting for contingencies, right? If we go on a very long phasing and then had an issue docking, had to do a rendezvous, come back, had bad weather, we protect for a lot of extra days of capability in the cabin, as Raja is well aware. So, just protecting for those opportunities and picking the best times to get to station.
Well, we hope that this is the one, the second attempt, and we won't have to visit those other 2 opportunities. John Posey, Crew Dragon lead engineer, thanks for being here for NASA, and we know you're now headed on console, headed over there to do your job.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, good luck tonight, and thank you again for being here. And now we'll head out to our VIP location where our Jasmine Hopkins is with a pair of special guests. Jasmine.
Thank you so much, Daryl. The energy is picking up here at OSB2 as we march closer to launch. And right now, I'm so glad to be joined by Salem Al-Mari, the Director General of the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center, as well as Hazza Al-Mansouri, UAE astronaut. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course. Salem, we'll start with you. Sultan is the first UAE astronaut to go on a long-duration mission to the space station. He'll be on a 6-month science mission. So what is the UAE hoping to learn from him?
Definitely there's a lot we plan to do during this mission and learn from him and from this 6-month duration. So there's a lot of science we're going to be doing, a lot of human life sciences. There are science with over 20 different experiments with UAE universities and international universities, so that's something really big for us. But we also have a very in-depth education program where we will try and reach every school kid in the UAE, doing simple science experiments, simple YouTube videos, and of course, other than that, we'll do a lot of PAO events where we have these live chats with the astronaut from space, with our kids and public. So I think we're quite excited for this 6-month duration mission.
Right, a lot of excitement surrounding this. You said that you've actually been able to speak to Sultan in the duration from Sunday or Monday's morning attempt to now. So how is he feeling getting ready for launch again?
Sultan, he's super excited about his launch. It's going to be his first mission for also Woody and Andre Fudayev. They are super excited. They can't wait to experience the weightlessness and to start conducting science and to conduct experiments on board the International Space Station. It is a really beautiful night for launch, so hopefully it's going to happen today, and we are looking forward to see them floating within a couple of hours.
Yeah, we really are looking forward to that. It is a beautiful night for launch, so everybody's looking forward to it. Yes. Thank you both so much for being here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Of course. Daryl, back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. And we are now T-minus 1 hour and 33 minutes until liftoff of Crew 6 from the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. You're watching live coverage of the Crew 6 launch. Monitoring the crew inside, and we've had some great interviews, but in the interim during that time, we heard that we're working no issues, and the team is moving forward through the countdown.
Yep, and we heard good comm checks. You heard earlier, right before we interviewed John, that they were going to redo the ground checks. So it sounds like those were done successfully, and all checks were good. And yeah, as you saw, we mentioned in that ISS video the science going on there, and you can see underneath Woody's feet just some of the science. So this on average, each increment, so they'll be part of Expedition 68 and 69 when they get out there, running about 300 experiments an increment, which is just incredible when you think about what that national lab is doing up there, and with having 4 people go up at a time just allows so much more bandwidth in science. And I mean, I think that's the reason I think most of us do the job, just some exciting changing things. I think my favorite experiments we did up there, I call them dual purpose things, so some water reclamation and then carbon dioxide scrubbing things, and we were doing those things because they help us with exploration. So if we can have 98% of our water reclaimed, then we can meet the mass margins to go to Mars. And if we can scrub CO2, again, we can live on the moon and on Mars. But the cool thing about those technologies is if you scale them on Earth, I mean, think about reclaiming 98% of our water, solving our CO2 problems. I mean, these are existential, species-changing technologies, and just that we're just starting to get into the fundamentals of. And if we can solve some of those problems, I mean, the impact NASA can have just on the world, let alone the solar system, is mind-boggling. So I think that's, to me, why I love this job, and why I think so much of us love doing this, and the things you can discover in a microgravity environment. Even simple things like we did a concrete hardening experiment when I was up there.
I remember
which
that.
I thought at the time was like, how?
I'm
sorry for whoever the poor scientist is. Like, how lame is this? Literally watching concrete harden. But Matthias, who's a brilliant materials scientist, explained to me. So that the reason we were doing it was to be able to use regolith on the surface of the moon to build structures. But the other cool Earth science part is apparently concrete hardening releases CO2, and it's a ridiculous amount of carbon we put in the atmosphere on the Earth just from the process of it hardening. So one of the side benefits is this is figuring out better ways for concrete to harden. And you think about all the developing places in the world, if we just gave them a simpler concrete formulation that didn't emit greenhouse gases, again, just game-changing stuff. So really cool that each increment is going to do that, and this national lab is just paying huge dividends, besides teaching us how to live and work in space and get to the moon and Mars, but also changing our life every day.
There have been spin-offs from space ever since the space program came into existence, and it's amazing to hear just how many continue to come and benefit not just us but humanity.
Yeah, and it's I mean, that's actually more data than we know what to do with. One of the common problems, or not problems, but people are like, what's the most important experiment you did? Like, it's hard to say. I mean, every day we're doing someone's life's work, some universities, years of research, and we get to be the ones that actually finish the execution of it. So it's just an amazing experience up there.
And what a privilege to be able to do that. We are currently at T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes until Dragon flies its next 4-person crew to the International Space Station. The astronauts, as we can see earlier, and now as we look at the spacecraft, there they are. Commander Stephen Bowen, pilot Woody Hoberg, and mission specialist Sultan Al-Nayati and Andrei Fedyaev. In their seats, they're strapped in, ready to go. And along our launch timeline at the moment, we're getting ready to have those launch escape system and communication checks conducted by the Falcon launch team. And we'll be listening in for that call out.
Yeah, so the closeout crew is presumably still working items there, and we expect around at T-minus an hour is when they would probably start departing. And then that gives them time to clear out the what we call the hazard zone before they start working the launch escape systems.
Each Crew 6 astronaut is allowed to bring a few personal items with them inside the Dragon capsule there, and they do that so they can have something for their roughly 6 months in space, you know, something from Earth to remind them of family, friends, loved ones, something they love about planet Earth. And here's a few of the items that Crew 6 is taking up. Sultan Al-Nayati said he's bringing a kimono. He's going to be throwing some moves up there, some jiu-jitsu. He's also bringing a small toy rocket from the popular European comic Tintin. Andrei Fedyaev is taking a few photos and some pins he plans on sharing with his family when he gets back home. For NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg, he's bringing one simple item, a photograph with deep personal meaning to him.
In terms of personal items, mine's simple. Unfortunately, over the summer, I lost my father, and so I'm just bringing a photo of him that means a lot to me. And I wish he could come along with me, but at least I will be bringing him along with me. So
I'll talk this.
Yeah, and this is the photo right here, Raj. Woody says it's a picture of his dad, Jim Hoberg, finishing the Boston Marathon and leaving it all on the course. Jim Hoberg, along with his wife Peggy, raised Woody and his brother in Pittsburgh, PA. He was an electrical engineering professor at Carnegie Mellon University, where he was known for his exceptional teaching. When he was 75 years of age, he passed away at 75, I should say. Woody says he will remember his father for always showing up and for his relentless pursuit of truth. When he gets to space, he's going to keep that photo in his crew quarters, a touching tribute to his father all the way up there in space.
Yeah, and I think what a tribute, and like we were talking about before, none of us got here on our own. Someone got us here, and you know, Woody's dad made Woody who he is. All of our parents made us who we are. The instructors at JSC, the centers we visit, we are really just a reflection of them. So I'm glad Woody's able to take his father with him. I think most astronauts take things to remind them of their family, their loved ones, up with them, because you are separated from the Earth, but it's right there, but you can't go home at the end of the night, so having that to remind you is very important.
Now here's what we talk about, what you brought up, and we did this last time, but
I had to change my show and tell. Yeah.
I love that you did that, by the way. What do you have?
So last time I had my Academy shirt. I also had a high school shirt. So
you brought two shirts?
I had two shirts, yeah.
Okay,
so
what do we have
Columbus
here?
Sailor, so from Waterloo, Iowa. Yeah, so I grew up
Waterloo,
in
Iowa, that's right.
So my high school shirt. One thing, so we showed these last time.
Yeah.
Showed my space retainer, which I was
Remember
also
that.
not supposed to bring back.
How can I forget?
So I showed last time we had the RMO for our mission. The other one I brought up, so my wife works for the Department of Veterans Affairs, and that's obviously near and dear to my heart, the agency itself. So I brought up an RMO, or a coin, I'll say it out loud, but from the Department of Veterans Affairs. The other thing we bring up that I ask some of the astronauts is a Mach 25 patch and 100-day patches. And then you fly those, and also things called Silver Snoopies, which are pins that we give out to a very small percentage of the NASA workforce. So it's really special to get one that's flown in space, and specifically from one that was flown by an astronaut for you. This is similar, not a Silver Snoopy.
Hope you guys have been learning stuff. Sorry about that. It was supposed to be just a quick AFK, but my wife is doing stuff, and I decided to hang out with her for a little while. This is probably my only time today that I'll see her, so wanted to talk about stuff. Hope you guys have been learning stuff. Anything interesting happen Probably not. I mean, that's why I was away for so long, is because I knew nothing interesting would happen. So, yeah. Rajachari here was the first rookie to command a NASA spaceflight since the final Skylab. Pretty interesting stuff. And furthers my theory that NASA's just trying to get as many of their rookies spaceflight experience as possible in preparation for Artemis. Because NASA had this rule for shuttle flights. You could only command a flight if you'd been into space before. There were plenty of shuttle flights where there was exactly one veteran, but never one where they were all rookies. And making sure I'm unmuted this time. There we go. Anyway, they had the very good reason for that. The all-rookie crew of the final Skylab mission committed mutiny. They didn't literally, but they gave NASA a whole lot of trouble. And NASA's like, fine, from here on out, we only have veterans command missions, because having a rookie commander very clearly doesn't work. But then after the shuttle, I guess NASA reversed their policy because, again, Rajachari, he was a rookie when he commanded Crew 3. The commander of Crew 5, which is in space right now, is Nicole Mann. She was a rookie. I firmly believe that Nicole Mann will either be the first woman to go to the moon or the second, or first woman to walk on the moon or the second. That's what I believe. So, yeah, NASA's really trying to get all of their rookies as much experience as possible. Now that they have a way of getting them up to the station more than one a year, they're trying to get as many of their... They got like 20 or 30 people in their astronaut crew who haven't been to space yet, or I guess it's less than that now, but you got to work on it. So got to get as many of them experience as possible so that they're veterans, so that when it's time to go to the moon, they've got spaceflight experience and they are a little more disciplined. They have a bit more of an idea of what to expect.
The NASA Astronaut Corps, well, they try to find time to watch their friends go into space, and you would know that.
Yeah, so I'm here, but we saw Nick as Ninja 12. We saw Ike Glover helping with the family sport. We saw Joe Akaba, the chief. Sharon.
This is when they were getting ready to go
exactly.
out.
So the office is spread out doing all kinds of things. You have, last time Reed was up with the administrator.
Wiseman. Yeah.
Exactly. So we are all over the place. But even if you're not, you're probably online or at home watching. And so I was going to try to dial in. So Woody, as we talked about, is sitting in a seat that's been used before. So I was going to try to get...
You're not calling Woody, are you?
I'm not. Well, I don't think I could try call. I don't know the answer.
She's on the line.
Awesome. Let's try. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got Megan MacArthur on the line, who flew on Crew 2 that I got to train with. And so, Megan, can you hear me okay?
Hey, Russ, I got you loud and clear.
Hey, awesome to talk to you. Thanks for calling. So Megan's at home in Houston watching the launch, and you might have better ideas about what they're doing. I think you guys came up with a game to kill some time while you're waiting for the closeout crew to leave.
Yeah, well, it's been enough time that, when you first get in, of course, you're all business and you go through your checklist and you review the nominal timeline and you of course review the contingency actions that you might have to take, but now you're into just the wait. I was lucky enough to fly with a really fun and fun-loving crew, and so we set about entertaining each other. And, we had Thomas as kind of our Julie, the cruise director, and he had us playing a variety of different games that I'm not sure if he made them up or these are French games or what, but he kept us well entertained.
It looked like the French version of rock, paper, scissors. I'm not sure if that's what it was, but
well, yeah, so it's called the game of thumbs, and I won't strain anybody by trying to say that en français, but the game of thumbs, and so, yeah, it's a little bit like rock, paper, scissors.
Well, Megan, you're watching us, get ready to launch Crew 6, and of course, you were on Crew 2, and what a mission that was, and what's it like to be where you are, kind of relaxing, getting ready to...
As I warned you guys, there's not a lot that happens in the hour between the closing of the hatch and the beginning of fueling. Once fueling begins, it's going to get really exciting, and you're going to be able to visibly see the progress of what's going on. Even so, we're still about half an hour away, maybe a little more, from anything interesting happening. over there at the pad. And again, you can actually see the rocket above Raj's left shoulder there towards the right side of the screen. That is the Falcon 9 rocket on the pad getting ready for liftoff.
That's awesome. And you know what? We are counting down just 1 hour and 20 minutes to go until liftoff. And
Just 80 minutes to go, guys. Less than 100 minutes.
How's Raj doing so far? Because you were one of our co-hosts sitting in this seat. So you wanna grade him live on the air?
You could text me.
Oh man, Daryl, how could it be anything else? He's just doing amazing. We are, like I said, I had to peel my kid away from the screen, and of course Raja, he recognized you as the guy that cut his hair.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So
before Daddy came home.
His quarantine cut. Yeah. I still don't pay for
That's
haircuts.
right.
I cut
That was
my
an
own hair.
important haircut, yeah.
Theo was a test case. Yeah. Megan was nice enough to let me test out my haircutting skills on our son.
Really?
Wait. You didn't tell me that.
No, don't worry. I tried. I did it on other kids.
Oh, looks like Pokemon Go has a new load screen. That's cool.
Yeah, you cut your hair in space. Remember, did you? There's some kind of Flowbee thing that you used?
Yeah, it's basically a Flowbee. Yeah, it's a very loud Flowbee. Yeah.
And Megan, were you doing your hair in space? No.
Oh no. How we just let that grow.
Yeah, just let it grow out.
Just let it
I
grow.
remember seeing a shot of you, just your
Let it
hair
grow,
just
Elsa.
flowing freely, and it's a great shot of you floating around, doing your business.
Yeah, I often feel like my hair deserves its own credit, in the credit line, like Megan and Megan's hair, because it's a whole entity on its own.
Got a lot of traction.
Astronauts have a really
I just wanna
good
let
sense
you
of
know
humor.
That I brought lots of snacks, courtesy of my wife, Rachel. She packed me up a big bag here. I know you took a shot at me when your husband co-hosted, so I want you to know I'm in good hands.
Awesome. Can't have you getting grumpy.
No, ma'am. Thank you very much. Well, Megan, we really appreciate you joining us this evening, watching the launch from home. Thank you so much for being on the broadcast with us.
Thanks, Megan. I'll see you back in Houston.
You guys are doing awesome. Take care.
All right, Megan MacArthur, Crew 2 pilot, and did a fantastic job for us as
Have
a
that.
co-host. Completed an amazing mission. She did a ton of work working with kids.
Of course, cannot wait to add my patch to the currently in space placard. It's going to be really cool. Hopefully just about an hour and 18 minutes from now, I'll be able to do that. Getting really close. And then, of course, once I put it in there, with any luck, we will be... There's a lot of stuff here to unpack, actually, Chris. Yes, that's a Viking ship, but it has a dragon. It's actually a dragon ship. And you can see the 3 colors there in the background. Of course, we got the 6 on the sail for Crew 6. Its destination is the International Space Station there on the bottom. The Crew Dragon capsules there at the top of the picture. The 3 things behind it, the 3 different colors, represent the moon, the Earth, and Mars. Earth, our origin. The moon, our destination for Artemis, and Mars being our ultimate goal. And there's also 6 little stars. I know my webcam doesn't show it very well, but there's actually 9 little stars there up in the sky to represent the fact that this is SpaceX's 9th Crew Dragon launch. So yeah, pretty cool. A whole lot of symbolism in these things. And I'm sure that even the blue of the outline of the patch has some symbolism to it as well. Don't know what that would be, but maybe it does.
The crew has ingressed, helped by our closeout team, of course. The umbilicals are attached.
Hi, Bluey.
They provide
Unfortunately,
air
not
and
really.
comms to Dragon and the astronauts. Suit leak checks completed. Comms checks completed.
They
with the
really
core and the launch director.
don't want to be with
After
me
those
anymore.
Suit leak checks, the closeout team was able to close and seal the hatch, which has its own leak check. They made sure to look for any FOD that might be there, and FOD stands for foreign
Looks like the
object
pad ninjas
debris.
have evacuated.
We look in from the white room. The closeout team will wait another 15 minutes before they'll clear out of that area.
Huh. I wonder why they're
saw
waiting.
Those orange bags, so there's no. The people are starting to move out of there. But you saw those orange packs.
Oh, actually, I know why they are waiting. It's so if they it's to wait until the last minute, because if the crew inside, if there's a scrub in the next 15 minutes, it would really suck for the pad ninjas to be halfway back and then have to come all the way back here. It's just better for them to wait until the last minute. So yeah, 15 minutes from now is when the pad ninjas leave, basically waiting until the last second to leave. And then after they leave, they're going to swing back the crew access arm, the hallway leading to the Crew Dragon. Then they're going to arm the launch escape system, start filling up the rocket. Again, a lot of stuff that's actually visibly, tangibly going to happen. It'll be fun to see as it happens. Just got to get to that point first. It is a waiting game, but it is rocket science. There is a reason for all of this taking as long as it does.
When I talked to Steve about what they've been up to in between.
Talking about Commander Steve
Bone, yeah, between last attempt and now. His perspective is very similar to what we talked about the other night. Basically another free training sim event. And Steve, actually, like I mentioned before, he was the lead closeout person. So he was in that white room for STS-127, which had 6 attempts. And so he mentioned that the crew actually got sick of seeing his face because he was always the first person to open up the hatch on the shuttle, and they would see him leaning in. But I think
Steve, you again.
Similar to what we talked about. I think everyone on the crew.
Darn it, Steve! I didn't want to see your face again. This is the 5th time, Steve. It's all in good fun, of course.
Ready, we have an abort system, but or a launch escape system, but you don't want to rely on that. You want to rely on making the right engineering.
I wouldn't doubt
decision.
that one of them is probably taking a nap at this point. There's just nothing to do for hours.
Mission, but every one of these missions is really a test flight. We're always learning new things. Now we learned about oxidation rates of TTAB. Line filters, so you're always learning something new. We talked last time about even the procedures they're using. So they're in a procedure called 4.100, and just in the last launch to now, they've changed the section numbers of that. So we're always iterating and improving and trying to figure out ways to do it better and more efficiently, like you mentioned.
I guess that's true, Captain Swag, but
by now we have some time, so it seems like we're ahead. But if we had a problem,
Apollo only had people going in there like 2 hours before launch, which I guess is actually pretty similar to this, but yeah.
So it's great to keep iterating and practicing and learning.
I guess that is pretty similar to this. Yeah, I guess you're right. At least with Apollo, there were a lot of fun switches to flip, and they had stuff for you to do during the entirety of the countdown sequence. Here, everything's automated by the computers and by the ground controller at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne. So yeah, the astronauts at this point are just cargo.
As you mentioned, always iterating and always learning. All right, we want to check in now with our friends in Houston, Texas, in the Johnson Space Center. Courtney Beasley is standing by. Courtney?
Thanks, Daryl. The team here in Mission Control Houston has polled that they are go for launch. The International Space Station is ready for Crew 6 astronauts to lift off. When Flight Director Jed Freeling polled his team, he was asking the flight controllers who work on all of the key systems on board the station if their focus areas were online.
SpaceX is still looking at the weather. They're still eyeing the weather. They haven't completely, it's still green. They're still go, but they're still eyeing it, which means that even though we're currently sitting at 95% of the weather, that 5% might actually come and bite us if we're not careful. They're still looking at it. That's the latest update.
We'll continue monitoring the mission as we check off milestones for today's flight. In the meantime, I'll send it back out to the team at Kennedy. Daryl.
All right, a beautiful shot from high above.
Okay, they just did their internal poll, and they are go. So, still eyeing the weather, but very, very good on it so far, and they think that it'll be fine. So yeah, they're go to proceed.
Looks like some insects flying by, maybe dragonflies.
Yeah, I can't tell if they're insects on the screen or there you go. There's a buzz. Right, they were buzzing my phone. I thought it'd be a good idea to put some dragonflies in
for
the
some
show.
Good luck. I like it. Yeah.
Is that going to bring us some good luck?
I sure hope so.
Well, let's hope so indeed. 1 hour and 11 minutes, counting until liftoff. Let's check back in with Jasmine Hopkins, who has a special guest.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Joining us now is Kennedy Space Center Director Janet Petro. Thanks so much for being here, Janet.
Thank you, Jasmine, for having me.
We're always happy to have you. And right now we're preparing for Take 2, second launch attempt of Crew 6, but this is something that the Kennedy workforce is built for, really. I mean, we're very agile. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, sure. So, last year, 60th anniversary, we went through this with Artemis, not just 2 times, but we did it 3 times, successfully launching the 3rd time on November 16th. So, launch
I was there.
is hard, the whole process, and we got to get it right.
I imagine my chat now is like, we get it, Skul, you saw Artemis 1. Sorry, it was the highlight of my life. Sorry.
Along with the SpaceX team has worked really hard. We had our Delta launch readiness review.
Why am I watching
late
NASA?
yesterday
Because
evening.
I am passionate about space exploration. It's the thing that I care about most in the world. And we're about to see 4 people go into space tonight, and I thought it would be awesome to share the experience with all of you, and hopefully have my enthusiasm rub off a little bit. That's why. I try and do this every time that people launch into space from American soil. T-minus 70 minutes and counting. That's why I'm doing this, because this means a lot to me.
To launch 94 launches on the manifest this year. We had 57 last year, like you mentioned, 31 the year before that. So we are growing. We obviously are a very popular place, not just because of the geography, but the services that we're providing at the center to our commercial partners and customers. We're working
Had a
very
message
hard
before
to
that.
make it easy for them to launch and to provide them the best services. And I got to brag for a moment. We have a spaceport integration team. They coordinate with the 45th SLD, the Space Force side. Every single one of those 90-plus launches will be supported by our Kennedy team, as well as the Space Force side. We work jointly.
We get it,
together in
Skul. You saw
partnership
Artemis
to
1.
ensure that all of those launches are
Yeah,
successful.
yeah.
Of that 90-plus, 79 are commercial. So a large percentage of that is a commercial launches. And so across the board, we have our NASA.
Starliner patches available yet?
National space security missions we support, but we also have the commercial that we have to take care of also.
Right, Janet, I mean, those numbers just really blow me away. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course, always happy to have you.
Go Crew 6.
Exactly, go Crew 6. Daryl, back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine and Janet. Throughout the show, we've been taking your hashtag #AskNASA questions from social media. We have time for a few more before Falcon 9 fueling begins at T-minus 35 minutes. We're sitting now at 1:08 and counting. And Raja, there's the question. It seems like astronauts work on some really cool and interesting things other than flying. Raja, can you take a minute and talk about something interesting that you're working on right now? You're not flying, currently on a mission, obviously because you're here. So what you working on?
Yeah, so I'd say most of our time is not actually flying in space, so we do maintain the training for that, whether it's NBL, which is the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, so doing practice spacewalks in there, whether it's working on the ISS systems, working on different
The answer is no Starliner
geology,
patch yet.
biology. But we also all work on different projects in the office on the engineering and development program. So specifically, there's a whole lot of work going on
OFT2.
on Artemis right now. The
whatever.
administrator talked about Artemis. That is the goal of the agency, to get us back to the moon, to stay and go on to Mars. So there's the SLS.
A lot of stuff about to happen
There's
here
the
in just the
Orion,
next
which is
few
the
minutes.
capsule. There's the Gateway, which is Lunar Space Station, and then there's the HLS, the Human Landing System, which is the
I'm going to
lander.
do big run this Friday. I don't know. We'll see. I didn't even know that was going to happen, Brandon, this Friday, so I can't answer that. Maybe. We'll see what I'm doing this Friday. Maybe I'll have the day off and maybe I'll have the day open and decide to do that. Yeah, it was probably just because of the delays, not the scrubs, Captain Swag. It was just so much that it just took so long. Like, it was first of all, it was the 2 scrubs, but then they had to roll it back to the VAB. Then they rolled it back out to the pad for the dress rehearsal. Then they rolled it back to the VAB to avoid the hurricane. Then they rolled it back out. Like, yeah, like it was just 2 scrubs, but the time between the second scrub and lift and launch was like 2 full months. It was more than 2 months. So it was just a lot of just delays, not just scrubs, but delays. And those scrubs were very uncomfortable for me because they were supposed to be early morning launches. We were supposed to get to the press site at like 1 a.m. So none of us slept for either of those launch attempts. So I was just miserable, and I'm so glad, even though it was completely counterintuitive, I'm so glad that they just targeted midnight for the final launch, because at least then everyone got to sleep, and it wasn't bad. So it's a completely selfish reason, of course, you know, but it worked out. It all worked out, and that's what matters. Oh, you're from Croatia. Hello, Mateo.
/social. Hey, this is a really quick question, a really easy one. @Slow asks, Raja, what inspires you?
What inspires me? I think the idea of exploring is what inspires me, the idea of new discoveries, and I think I kind of alluded to why I'm so excited about science before, solving problems here on Earth. So I would love to see humanity go and explore.
I guarantee
live on the
this
moon, go
this
to the next planet.
this astronaut closest to my camera is the Russian cosmonaut. I guarantee he's playing like Sudoku or Solitaire or something on his iPad right now to pass the time. I guarantee that's what he's doing.
It's amazing. Yeah.
So the two in the center are the commander and the pilot. They have direct access to the Dragon's computer screen, so they get to see a real-time look at the Dragon's systems, make sure everything's going well, nothing's wrong, all that stuff. The two astronauts on the outside seats, so the one closest to me is the Russian cosmonaut. The one on the far side by the window over there on the right side of the screen, you could see their legs and that's about it, is the astronaut from the United Arab Emirates. They're basically mission specialists. They don't need to worry about the system or about how things are going. Their job is to sit there and wait for it to launch. So they could be napping for all I know. Although they're incredibly excited to go into space, so they're probably not. They're probably listening to music. Of course, you saw the cosmonaut playing on his iPad. I'm sure he's like playing Sudoku or something to pass the time. I think, if I remember right, Haley Arsenault, who was on Inspiration 4, said most of the time she was there, she was just thinking. That she was just daydreaming, You know when you're going to sleep and your mind just wanders? That's what she was doing. She wasn't thinking of anything in particular. She was just letting her mind wander. A lot of it was thinking, we're going into space, but also just, wherever her mind ended up. Not really worried about the mission. Like, there's no reason to be scared about going into space. These things are incredibly reliable and safe, and I would trust to hop into one in an instant. What's my favorite sport? I don't really do sports. I'm not a sports guy. The sport that I've been best at in my life is actually volleyball, if you guys can believe it, of all things. I don't really follow sports on TV. I know how sports work, though. I'm very, very familiar with baseball and football, and I think soccer is stupid. I'm sure I just angered half of you. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm not really a sports guy. Sports just aren't for me. They don't do anything for me.
And so with roughly about an hour, go ahead. About an hour to go until liftoff, things are going to start picking up.
Yep.
We get close to the go, no-go pole to arm the launch escape system and begin the propellant loading. The crew poll for readiness, that will happen right at T-minus 60 minutes. And then the Dragon poll for prop load is at T-minus 55 minutes. From there, at T-minus 45 minutes, there will be an internal mission control Hawthorne poll, and then the launch director's poll for propellant loading will follow. When we get to about T-minus 40 minutes, the crew access
Salmon Run outfit from Splatoon 2 is back. Well, where's my Octoling armor? I don't care unless it's my Octoling armor. Give me my Octoling armor. It's a staple of my Inkling.
System that's in place that can fire the 8 Super Draco thrusters on Dragon to quickly separate the crew from the rocket.
How many people are watching this right now? Oh man, 37,000 people watching right now. Woo! And this is the NASA feed. I imagine when SpaceX starts streaming on their end, it'll be just as much on their end, if not more. Here we go. Everything is getting geared up to go. Nothing yet with the Octoling armor. Well then, curse you, Nintendo! I just want my Octoling armor. Is that too much to ask for? Well, something in my eye. Ugh. Excuse me.
Thanks for tuning in. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 6th rotational flight of astronauts and 1 cosmonaut to the International Space Station. We are T-minus 1 hour
that's true, Brandon.
and counting until liftoff. And with us today is NASA astronaut Raja Chari. Raja, thanks for coming back.
Yeah, glad to be back. Hoping to see my first launch.
Indeed. And if you didn't
Great
know,
helicopter view again from the
Raja is getting
VAB.
ready to witness his
You're
first
going to
launch.
see
He
the
rode on a
rocket
as we
pop
turn
out from the
corner
side
from
of it here
vehicle
in a
assembly
minute.
building to show off the launch pad just beyond it. Oh, this is a great shot.
Yeah, it is.
Big
There it is.
It certainly is.
Pictures and videos cannot do this building justice. It is like 550, somewhere around that feet tall. It is the biggest single-story building in the world and the largest building in the world by volume, which is pretty cool. And you cannot understand how big it is until you actually see it in person. And then, of course, to step inside of it is something that most people can't do. The general public can't do it, but every time I've done it, it's just been amazing. T-minus 1 hour and counting. We are now less than 60 minutes away from launch. And as a reminder, everyone, this thing has a 1 second to launch tonight. If it cannot launch in that 1 second, then the launch is scrubbed and we got to recycle again for another launch attempt, which will be a few days from now. There is not much that can be done about it, just the way it works. So why is the timing so strict? Because the rocket is not powerful enough to get to the station except during that 1 second window. If it launched too early, then it would fall short of the station. If it launched too late, it wouldn't be able to catch up to the station. The space shuttle actually had a 5-minute launch window, but that's just because it was considered a super heavy lift vehicle. It carried way more fuel than necessary in order to make it happen. The Falcon 9 is considered what's called a medium lift launch vehicle, and just because of the way it works, it can only reach the station if it launches at a particular second in a 24-hour window. Most rockets, if they're going to the station, only have a 1 second window, just because that's what it takes in order for them to be as efficient as possible. And the way that orbital mechanics works, like, you gotta understand that if you're orbiting the Earth, you're going 17,500 miles an hour. That's 3 times faster than a bullet. In order to send astronauts to the station, they have to match that. And that's in 3-dimensional space. They got to go the correct direction, and they've got to go the correct height, and the correct, left, right, whatever this is called. They need to... There's only 1 second in a 24-hour period, and it's not even every 24-hour period. It's like 5 days a week. There's 1 second during that time where this thing can launch and actually get the astronauts to the station under its own capabilities. It's just, even though it's the second tallest rocket that humans have ever ridden on, it's part of the downside of being a rocket meant only for low Earth orbit and only to do one thing, and that's to deliver payload to low Earth orbit. Is the weather too cold or too warm to launch? The weather right now is just right. Ironically, the outside weather actually doesn't matter that much for launching these kinds of rockets. If it's a liquid-fueled rocket, liquid rocket fuel is literally hundreds of degrees below zero. Literally hundreds. Whether it's Fahrenheit or Celsius or Kelvin, or not Kelvin, but whatever measurement you use, hundreds of degrees below zero. The air outside isn't going to affect that much. So if it's 30 degrees outside or 70 degrees outside or 100 degrees outside, it doesn't matter when your liquid nitrogen is minus 400 degrees inside. So yeah, it really doesn't matter. So that being said, there are restrictions for solid rockets. But liquid rockets, there's really no restriction. But that's part of the reason why Florida is so appealing for rocket launches, is because it's pretty much the same temperature outside, plus or minus 25 degrees throughout most of the year. It doesn't vary that much in Florida, which is more of a happy accident than intentional. Florida is ideal for a lot of rockets trying to get into Earth orbit because it's closer to the equator. So it's easier to get payloads into orbit that are supposed to be above the equator, like, say, GPS or television or satellite television or stuff like that, because those need to be above the equator. So since Florida is so close to the equator, it helps to launch from there. Technically, you could get to the ISS from quite a few places in the United States. In fact, there are uncrewed spacecraft that go to the International Space Station that launch from Virginia. But Florida, in the beginning, was like a defensive missile range during the Cold War, and then eventually they just converted it into a spaceport, and it just so happened that it's close to the equator, it's temperate, it's really, really good, ideal conditions. And the most important part is when you launch out of Florida, you launch towards the east. You go over the ocean. So if something goes wrong with the rocket, or with every rocket, once you're done with the first stage and you ditch it, then all the debris will fall harmlessly into the ocean instead of over a populated area. So it would be really unfortunate if you were to launch something out of, say, Kansas, which you could totally do. There's no rule saying you can't launch a rocket into space out of Kansas. But it would be really unfortunate if the debris from the rocket were to land on people in New York City. So they launch out of Florida to avoid that, because that would suck. Your favorite sport is soccer and handball? Oh, that sounds like fun. Again, not a soccer fan. Okay, we should be seeing the crew access arms swinging away here any minute now. And these are the people over at SpaceX, which means they've definitely started their live stream now.
Systems Engineering Manager, bringing you vehicle status updates this evening. It's been a pretty smooth countdown so far. The Crew 6 astronauts wrapped up ingress at T-minus 2 hours and 34 minutes. Since then, the teams completed the required comm checks, suit leak checks, and side hatch closure, as well as side hatch leak check. The closeout team has departed the BDA, and the pad is clear. Now, as for Falcon 9, our two-stage reusable rocket that you see there
helicopter
on the screen,
over there, bottom right.
Propulsion checkouts of first and second stages began a few minutes ago in preparation for propellant loading. This involves testing valves and engine pneumatic pressurization. Now, as you might be able to guess from the lack of re-entry soot on Falcon 9's first stage, which is the lower two-thirds of the vehicle there, that booster will be flying for the first time tonight. Now, at T-minus 45 minutes, less than 10 minutes from now, the team will report their readiness for prop load with a final electronic go, no-go poll. Before we can begin propellant loading on Falcon 9, we still have a couple tasks to perform. First, the crew access arm will be moved out of its service position as you see it in now, and it will rotate away from the Dragon capsule and over to its launch position. That will happen between T-minus 44 and 42 minutes, almost immediately after.
Debris falls that far. Thought it didn't fall that far into the ocean when it lands on the landing pads. Well, the landing barge out in the ocean is 1,000 miles out. So yeah, it's interesting the way that it works, because most of the rocket's energy is wasted just getting it the first 2 minutes into space. Like 90% of the rocket's energy is just getting it that far. So imagine this thing going for 2 minutes. Like after 2 minutes, it like the first stage actually does turn off before it reaches space, but it keeps coasting up and enters space before coming back down. Think about it like a parabola. You guys learn about parabolas in school, you know, the big curve that goes up and then back down. That's what rockets are. The idea is to create a parabola so great that when it comes back down, it misses the Earth and it goes around again. That's what an orbit is, where you're just constantly missing the Earth. That's an orbit. The first stage is responsible for getting it most of the way up to the top of its parabola, and then the top stage is actually responsible for circularizing it around the Earth. That's not exactly how it is, but that's a simplified way of thinking about it. So, yeah, the first stage coasts about 1,000 miles downrange and lands out in the ocean. It's not even 1,000 miles. I think it's only like 800 miles, something like that. But, you know, the circumference of the Earth is, what, 25,000 miles, something like that? So in the grand scheme of things, 1,000 miles isn't that much. It does only go just a little way, and the second stage makes up for the rest of it. Instead of having them only go 1,000 miles and splash down, it makes it so that they go around the Earth 25,000 miles and never splash down, never come down at all. Again, most of the rocket's energy is wasted in that first stage. That rocket over there, all the way up to the top of the black section in the middle, that's the first stage. That burns for 2 minutes, and that is 90% of the rocket's energy. And then just a tiny bit of fuel left that they leave so it can land itself afterwards. Rocket science is very interesting. There is actually a mathematical formula called the rocket equation that you can use to figure out how big the rocket needs to be in order for you to get a payload into space. It is a mathematical formula. You don't just guess. You can actually plug in the numbers you have to find out the numbers you need. It is fascinating stuff. I did not mean to do
He'll
that.
be responsible for spacecraft systems and performance on Dragon.
Sultan Al Niyadi will be making his first trip to space, representing the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center of the United Arab Emirates. Aboard Dragon, he'll serve as a mission specialist, working to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He spent time in the UAE military prior to becoming one of the
This will be the first astronaut from the UAE to spend a long-duration mission on the ISS. I believe this is the first time that a new nationality has done a long-duration mission since the shuttle era, if I remember right. I could be wrong, but pretty cool.
Monitoring the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He was selected as a
In the United States, we don't have national sports, but they're considered the big four. We have football, baseball, basketball, and hockey. Yeah, can you believe it, guys? Hockey is considered a major sport in the United States. Soccer isn't even number 5. It's number 6. I forget what number 5 is, but that's just silly. Like, we do not care for soccer. We have soccer teams. Like, soccer does exist here. It's just nobody cares for it.
So up next will be to poll the team for readiness, both to load propellant and to launch. That will be the final poll prior to liftoff. The 7 SpaceX responsible engineers, often called REs, indicate that they are go by electronically voting on the online countdown procedure. The launch director, or LD, also checks with the
there you go,
Dragon
Katie.
mission director, MD, and the NASA launch manager to make sure they are ready. Earlier, you saw the vehicle assembly building called the VAB, the Falcon.
There are actually 3 different mission controls for the launch here. The one that you see right here is actually launch control. This is located in Florida. These are the guys responsible for actually making sure the rocket is all good to go and launch and stuff. And then there's mission control in Hawthorne, California, which is SpaceX mission control. And then, of course, there's Mission Control Houston, which is responsible for the International Space Station program as a whole. And all 3 of these need to work together in order for these missions to work well. There's that helicopter again.
To the launch team in that T-minus 45-minute briefing. Immediately afterward, the crew the crew access arm sequence will be armed and initiated. We should get a good view of that access arm as it swings away from the capsule. That will take about 2 minutes to complete its rotation to move out of the way. The range continues to be
Weather is go.
They continue to monitor the clearance area around the launch pad, as well as the air and sea space around that downward upstream, or the flight corridor downstream from the launch pad, as we mentioned.
Oh, hey, it's
before,
you again.
to make
Hello.
sure that all areas are secure in the unlikely event of an abort. There at Kennedy Space Center, the conditions are predicted to be acceptable for launch.
Negi again.
You'd be able to see that
Konbanwan.
conditions are pretty calm. There's 13-mile-per-hour winds from the south-southwest, so pretty mild all in all. The downrange landing zones, as I mentioned before, are also within the conditions as needed, if needed for an escape. So everything also looking go downrange. Now, in about a minute, we will hear the briefing from the launch director. As I mentioned before, the readiness poll that is underway is the final go for propellant load and for launch. There on screen, you can see the 4 crew members of Crew 6 waiting patiently to go to space. Not much for them to do at this moment, but wait for it.
That's something to think about. They're only going to be experiencing gravity for another 45 minutes, and then that'll be it until the end of the year. All kinds of fun things to think about when you're sitting there like, well, this is the last that I'll be able to experience this for a while. I can only imagine what goes through astronauts' heads when they're about to launch. I've asked astronauts, they've told me, but they've all said the same thing. They're just focused on the work. They don't have time to think. A lot of astronauts are military, so they probably think about this stuff very matter of fact.
Both control rooms are going to lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and remain in that state.
T45 and counting.
The system is disarmed. All operators are remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming the launch escape system. Following orbit insertion.
Well, it's excellent.
Offload in the event of a
Negi, actually, Negi, there is a Japanese astronaut who will be flying into space later this year to the International Space Station. Let me make sure I pull up the name correctly. Satoshi Furukawa will be flying on Crew 7 later this year.
At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew for movement.
Okay, going forward.
There we heard that final go for launch and prop load from launch director having...
So, get started.
And there we just heard the call out that the crew
Somebody
access
scooted a
arm
chair.
retraction is underway. So let's head back to Daryl over at Kennedy as they have a live view of that retraction as it happens, and will be the major final physical reconfiguration of the pad.
Oh, there we go. Crew access arm just pulled away.
How's it going?
Great, Kate, and thank you very much.
This is the first visual indication that launch countdown terminal count is underway. So here we go. This access arm is pulling away. The next thing that's going to happen is the crew is going to arm the launch escape system so that if something goes wrong during the fueling or during the launch, that they'll be able to be pulled away from the rocket in the case of an emergency. Then they're going to start fueling up the rocket. I'll be right back, guys. Hope you enjoy this while I'm gone. I'll only be gone for literally a minute this time, promise.
The next big step they'll be taking is arming the launch escape system. And then looking forward on the timeline to basically go through the steps for the prop loading. So we talked a little bit about the first broadcast, but there's kind of a key mental note here as well. If there was an emergency pad egress, they probably have some crew coordination of who's going to get to the hatch first, but you definitely want to make sure the crew arm is back in place. So there's this period of time while the crew access arm is not there, the launch escape system is not armed. So
Crew access arm retraction complete.
You need the arm to swing back to the capsule before you can actually egress. You need to make sure that's there before you step out.
Critically important, and we got some beautiful views from our flight operations team, which is not only making sure that the area around the rocket is safe, but also giving us some spectacular views of that crew access arm as it retracted away from the rocket, and there it is again right there.
Yeah, it's a great view where you can see both the strong back, which is the structural piece holding the rocket up there now, and then the crew access arm swung back.
Open now to the air and the atmosphere. Hopefully no dragonflies that far up, and we had our own dragonflies earlier, Raj. So we're working.
We have successfully had good luck here at the launch broadcast test.
Okay,
We've done our part.
It's feeling good. We're doing what we can.
There's a great view too of the trunk, so you can see the side, which is the part just below the capsule. That's got the avionics radiators for cooling, and then the left side that looks black in the picture here is actually the solar panels that generates the power for the capsule on orbit.
Curious, it looks like we saw a plane.
Yes, on this flight there are going to be 2 American astronauts, 1 Russian cosmonaut, and for the first time going to a long duration mission, a astronaut from the United Arab Emirates.
We saw the retraction. That's the last major visual milestone as we prepare for liftoff.
Filling up the rocket is always a lot of fun because you actually get to visibly see it as the fuel rises. And both of the stages. So you're going to start off by first seeing just the tiniest sliver of steam at the bottom of the first stage. That will grow and grow and grow and go further up as the rocket fuels up. SpaceX has got this down to a science where they fuel up the rocket and top it off just before it's time for launch, so that as the fuel bleeds off because of the several 100-degree difference between the inside and outside, it turns into steam, that they waste as little fuel as possible. Really, really fascinating how they figured it out.
The capsule.
People a lot smarter than I am, let's just say that.
So from the time that is hot, you are pretty much sitting on a live set of Super Dracos that could go off automatically if the vehicle senses a malfunction once the prop loading starts.
T-minus 40
So
minutes
you always
and
wanna be ready
counting.
Once that system's hot.
Well, Raja, you say it, and then we see it. Calling it out. Remember well from your time as the commander of Crew 3.
You see these claws towards the top right here? Those are holding the rocket in place. The rocket is so light when it's not fueled up that it could just fall over if blown by the wind, so it needs to be held into place. One of the very last things before launch is the claws will actually open up, and this entire strong back, this entire structure beside the rocket is going to lean backwards. When it does, you'll see the tip of the rocket actually lean back just a tiny bit. A matter of pixels. Maybe you won't even be able to see it on your screens, but it does happen. So yeah, fun stuff. This is the terminal count. At this point, if there is a hold for any reason, the launch will be scrubbed today. There's at this point, any hold whatsoever means they can't finish filling it up in time, so it needs to be an abort, so they'll need to try again later. Cutest characters from Splatoon, Inkling girls or Octoling girls with voices, sounds. Who's the cutest? I don't know. I've always liked Callie. Hello again, 6969.
They have some telemetry on their display that shows them what the automatic thresholds are to make sure they're not violating one of those thresholds before they arm the system. We talked about that earlier tonight.
And they're arming the launch escape system now. That's the last thing. Now it's time to start fueling up.
And then we also talked about the flight computer stage, so that's what they're watching to actually know. So you actually hear the thunks because those valves that isolate the Super
Always liked Marie's design. I think I would have liked it more if they didn't make her hair white, because from the very first time I saw her, I always thought she looked like, let's just say, a lot older than a teenager. So, I mean, she's grown on me. I love Marie. I love Callie and Marie. I've always felt like the Squid sisters are OG. No one will ever top them. But yeah, I've always liked Callie just a little more than Marie. I think I picked Callie for the final Splatfest too. So, yeah.
Is verified armed.
There's the verification.
Okay, it's armed. Now they start tanking.
Right on time with our milestones as we count down.
And so for the crew, they're now closing out 4.100 with their launch preparation procedure, and they're now stepping ahead to what's the prop loading timeline on their display.
Okay, things are looking good. Weather, they gave it a clear on the weather, so they're moving forward. So I guess the ascent corridor is not going to be an issue. I can't wait. Hopefully just 40 minutes from now, less than, I'll be able to put my patch into my plaque. Yeah. Only 3 days late. Ooh, 4 days.
The team on the ground can certainly see.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the ground team can see that all, but that's not all piped into the Dragon.
For propellant load.
We'll start venting. These would be the tanks on the ground.
Right. So as they start to, they have what's called these giant accumulators that are full of the fuel that they then pump into the F9. And the two things I learned on our first broadcast attempt, one is that the license plate changes every time. The second that I also learned from you is that you can tell out here how full the rocket is by looking at the level that the
Yep. So, fun fact, today is the 3-year anniversary. 4-year, 3-year, 4-year? 4-year. This is the 4-year anniversary of the launch of Crew Dragon Demo 1, which was the very first Crew Dragon flight. It went to the station, did not have people on board. It was just proving that that it was capable of taking people on board, but didn't have people on board. So it's kind of fun that 4 years later, here we are with the 9th crewed Dragon flight. Pretty cool. Love to give Big Man a hug. I am partial to Shiver myself. I like Shiver a lot.
But I tell you what, you haven't learned nearly as much as I've learned in my time being in these 2 launch attempts, and so happy you could come back and count
What
this
got me
down,
into space, I watched Apollo 13 when I was 11 or 12. And when I found out that that was like based on a true story, there was just something that clicked in my brain like, wait, this is real? And it got me interested in learning more about that mission in particular. And then I wanted to learn more about the Apollo missions in general. And then I wanted to learn about the early space missions, like America's early space program. And then it just got me, like, fell down the rabbit hole, and I got more and more interested in space overall. So, but the catalyst was watching Apollo 13, and I feel like a lot of people who are into space saw some movie that got them interested in it. But to me, watching Apollo 13 and just realizing that was a true story, and credit where credit's due, that film is like 90% like exactly as it happened. Not 100%, but 90%. And it got me interested in it and made me want to learn more. And I've always been learning more ever since. Like, I was 13. That was over half a lifetime ago. So in the last 17, 18 years, I've just been absorbing information a little bit at a time, sometimes not the correct information. I have to correct myself later. But to me, space is just so inspiring. It's so amazing. It's almost a miracle that we can send humans away from the planet for months on end, that we can send them to the moon. We have plans to send them back to the moon, to Mars eventually. And I love it. And it's inspiring to me. Nothing else inspires me like this. Anyway, that's what got me into space, and why I'm still into space. Just nothing else has ever caught me so as much as this has. I love space exploration. It's been so surreal to think about what I've been able to do. I've been able to meet with literally dozens of astronauts, engineers, CEOs, presidents, people who work in space, and be able to be there in person and see stuff happen that most people can dream of. I don't know what I did to deserve it. I'm not complaining, but I'm a YouTuber. I don't deserve to see a moon rocket launch closer than anyone else on the planet. I don't deserve to meet astronauts and to talk with them not as a fanboy, but almost as an equal. I don't deserve any of that. But here I am doing it, and I am incredibly blessed. I believe that each of us has a purpose in life. I believe, just going to take an aside here, feel free to disagree if you want, but to get personal, I believe in God, and I believe that God has a plan for each of us. And I believe that I've been able to do all this only because of him. Oh, there we go. It's starting to vent. You see just the tiniest wisps of steam there on the bottom of the rocket towards the bottom. There we go. They are starting to load it up with fuel. Perfect timing. T-minus 32 minutes and counting. But yeah, it is just amazing to me to think what I've been able to do, and I just can only imagine what else is left for me in my future. It's kind of hard. Every time I get to do something or see someone or something, I'm always like, I don't know how it can top this. Then I get a front row seat to Artemis 1. I don't know how you can top that. Maybe there is a flight to space in my future, and that would top it. I don't know. If I had $1 million, I could make a guarantee, but I don't. I do not. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens in the future. Hello, Tailsco Fox. I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge you earlier. Hello. And yes, they are, Brandon. I got mine for each of them. I actually got Walking Wake my first try. Iron Leaves took 10. Iron Leaves was hard to take down, even with a bunch of teams who clearly knew what they were doing. But Walking Wake First try. I just brought my Meowscarada, and that was easy. Okay, here we go. It's the terminal count. We have started fueling. There's no turning back. Any hold whatsoever from here on out means that the launch will not happen tonight. It's all becoming very real for the second time.
Just talking about. It's similar to drinking out of a plastic water bottle. You got to let some air back into the bottle to keep it from crumpling. Now, on board the spacecraft, the astronauts are monitoring the systems while propellants are loaded into the Falcon 9 below them, as you can see.
See everyone looking at the screens there on the right side of the screen. You can't tell, but they are indeed looking at the screens.
In Hawthorne, California, actually included playback of sounds recorded in Dragon capsules during recent flights. So all of the sounds that they're hearing now, not only did they hear before in our previous launch,
C-minus 30 minutes and counting. As a reminder, guys, this has an instantaneous launch window. There's only one single second, not minute, second, that they have a chance to launch tonight. If they cannot make that for any reason, then the launch attempt for tonight is scrubbed. That means they are done. They're going to detank the spacecraft. They're going to get the crew out of there and send them home, go to sleep. And they won't be able to try again for another few days just because of weather restraints and a few other things. So they are so far so good. Clearly, you know, we still got the countdown going on. There's no holds. So, but it is rocket science. Space is hard. There is the chance even they could be a second away from launch and it could still abort. And of course, God forbid, there is the chance that they launch and then have to abort in the middle of the flight. Space is hard. It's never a guarantee. But, you know, so far so good. Hopefully, if all goes well, SpaceX's Crew 6 will go into space tonight. Pay attention to this. This is important.
Into flight, Falcon 9 engines will throttle down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure on the rocket, or what we typically refer to as max Q. It's worth noting that once we hit that max Q point, the vehicle will be going supersonic.
Once we are through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, we can throttle up our 9 Merlin engines again. From there, at about 2.5 minutes into flight, we have a series of 3 events that will happen in rapid succession.
First is MECO, or main engine cutoff. This is where all 9 Merlin 1D engines shut off in preparation for stage separation, which is our second event. This is where the first stage detaches from the second stage, with the first stage making its way back to Earth from landing, as the second stage continues on its journey with the third event, SES-1, or second stage engine start number 1, where the MVAC engine lights up and propels the second stage, along with our Crew 6 astronauts, into orbit.
As Stage 2 heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, Stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back down home on Earth. The first is the entry burn. That's where 3 of the M1D engines will reignite and then shut down again. Now, this helps to slow the stage down in preparation for entry back into the Earth's atmosphere.
And while the first stage is heading back to Earth, the second stage will cut off its 1 Merlin engine that was ignited right after stage separation. Once this happens, we'll wait for confirmation of a good orbital insertion.
About 90 seconds after Dragon gets into orbit, Falcon...
Have I heard Space is so cool? Markiplier's song about space. No, but I have played In Space with Markiplier. It's a great series. Definitely deserved the Shorty Award. It's that's a lot of fun. I'm not normally a Markiplier viewer, but Space with Markiplier, so good. You guys should try it.
Into orbit, we should have a great view of Dragon with its 4-person crew drifting away from the second stage. Once Dragon is a short distance away, it'll begin checking out its Draco maneuvering thrusters to make sure Dragon continues to increase separation distance from the second stage. It's worth noting that these are not the Super Draco engines that would be used during an abort scenario.
About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin. It will take roughly 4 minutes for the nose cone hooks to unlatch and open, exposing its guidance navigation controls that will help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station.
And lastly,
SpaceX's stream has 27,000 viewers. NASA's has 53,000.
From there, over the
So there's literally
24
over 100,000 people watching this right now. Between the two official streams, and I'm sure dozens, if not hundreds, of restreamers like myself, but also bigger ones like Everyday Astronaut, NASA Spaceflight. You know, just tons of big space people are restreaming this. So yeah, crewed space launches are always exciting for us. You know, humans going into space, big deal.
They're also making sure communication links between the station, Dragon, and the ground are working properly, and the consensus to this point is that everything is proceeding right on track. Teams here in Mission Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the space station will monitor the autonomous docking of the Dragon spacecraft on Friday. They'll perform a series of leak checks, then work to open the hatches on both the Dragon side and inside the station's pressurized mating adapter. We expect hatch opening to take place about an hour and a half after docking. Once on board, the astronauts will be greeted by the space station crew and will then join in for welcoming remarks for the new crew members. From there on out, they will no longer be referred to as Crew 6, but rather as flight engineers of the International Space Station until their return back to Earth. Here in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Judd Freeling is on console overseeing the team for launch. And that's it from here in Mission Control Houston, so I'll toss it back to the team in Florida. Daryl, how's it looking?
We're looking great out here, Courtney, and thank you very much as we cruise around the set here. Our production team doing a great job showing us all the sights and the sounds of the countdown of Crew 6. Liftoff is at 12:34.
Yeah, I saw the trailer for Apollo 18, and that was plenty to tell me it wasn't a film that I wanted to see. What was my first ending? My first ending was really confusing. I don't remember what my first ending was. It was really, really weird, but I guess that's the whole show and the premise, huh? It was the old lady talking about choices you make and stuff like that. I think that's what happened. That's all I remember for sure. Okay, you see all this steam? It is getting a lot more full now. They're going to start loading up the second stage here soon. It's not very windy, so it's hard to see at what line the steam is at. But if there was even like 2 or 3 miles an hour worth of wind, then you'd be able to very clearly see the stage, the mark on the stage of where the fuel line is. Pretty cool.
The condensation of the warm, humid Florida air down there shows you that, well, my guess would be about a third, but I have no actual telemetry to tell me that. Just going by the condensation coming off the rocket. It really super
23 minutes.
The skin on the outside of the rocket, and then that you know, condenses the air in the atmosphere, the water that's in the air. And it really is something to look at once it's ready to go, all the way up.
Do I want to take a vacation to Croatia in 2023? Probably not. I mean, I just went to France earlier this year, and it's kind of hard to justify 2 international trips in a single year, especially when next year I'm going to Alaska and Hawaii, and the year after that I'm going to Asia. I'm going to be hitting up China, Hong Kong, and Japan. It's kind of hard to justify going to any more countries when I already have so many on my plate that I'm saving up for. I'd love to visit Croatia someday. I would really enjoy visiting a whole ton of countries someday, but I just don't have the opportunity. I am not a millionaire YouTuber. I'm not Mr. Beast. I wish I was, because I would love to have that kind of money, because then I could go to space. But unfortunately, I don't have that kind of money. I'm just a normal person like all of you. I have to budget appropriately if I want to travel. So, yeah, my budget is going to other trips that I've been planning for years at this point. Luckily, most of them are already paid for. My Hawaii and Alaska trips are paid for, and about half of my Asia trip is paid for by now as well, which is pretty cool. Still got to save up for them, though. The more I save up for them now, the more I'll be able to save up in the future for other trips.
And you'll hear them calling those out, because again, the crew probably can't as much hear it like the same way they hear the Super Draco valves, but you can hear sort of some creaking and some noises, definitely some vibrations. So getting a call before that happens just kind of reassures them that that sound is expected and gives them a reference point on the time that they're following.
We're about 37 seconds away from completing stage 2 RP1 load. In the meantime, let's tell you about the crew. The commander of Crew 6 is Captain Stephen G. Bowen. He hails from Cohasset, Massachusetts. Married with 3 children, holds the title of first U.S. Navy.
Again, this is the only veteran on today's flight. Of the 4 astronauts going into space right now, he's the only one who's been to space before. This will be his 4th space trip, and for all 3 of the others, it'll be their first time going into space, including one other American, I guess I should say, one Russian cosmonaut, and for the first time, an astronaut from the United Arab Emirates going to the station for a long-duration mission.
Doctorate in electrical engineering and a computer science.
Fun fact, you can tell if an astronaut's been to space because they'll have a 25 patch right here on their uniform. Mach 25. That is orbital speed. They receive that patch after they complete a space flight because they have passed Mach 25, T-minus 20 minutes. So that's how you can tell if an astronaut's been in space before. If you see an astronaut in uniform and they have the 25, they're a space veteran. If they do not, then they are a rookie or possibly an astronaut candidate, which means that they have been chosen to be an astronaut but are not yet fully qualified to go into space yet. They still are undergoing their training. This is the UAE astronaut.
Be a part of Expeditions 68-69. Father of 5, spent most of his life in Al Ain and Abu Dhabi. But in 2020, traded that in for astronaut training in Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. This will be his first trip to space. And it's also the first trip for second mission specialist, Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev. He will be working to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He will be a flight engineer for Expedition 68. Just turned 42 years of age. Each of these 4 crew members will be part of Expedition 68 once they arrive at the International Space Station. T-minus 18 minutes and counting. We had strong back chill that began. And coming up in just a few minutes.
Well, there's not much to see in LA, honestly. I mean,
onto the second stage.
I guess there's some stuff in LA, but I've been to LA before, and I've only ever used it to go to Disneyland.
International partnerships of this program.
It's such a big city with so much traffic.
The first UAE astronaut to launch on a U.S. vehicle from the U.S. to have trained at Johnson Space Center. An amazing, completion of the partnership that started several years ago, and taking that now all the way to completion. And just great to see, NASA and
things are looking good,
being just this great unifier for the world, especially as there's low Earth orbit, but then we look beyond that to Artemis and Mars, and just the collaboration and the work to do such hard things and really pulling together the best of all the nations.
And the partnership of those nations rises above all else, and it's impressive, the camaraderie of the crews in space.
That venting is expected.
Backgrounds.
So that venting, so we talked about there's 2 things happening.
Dragon SpaceX F9 is proceeding with prop load, and we're tracking no issues with Dragon or F9 going into launch.
No issues. Good to hear.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
So an update from the core that's on track. So we talked about the condensation a few times, and there's also the venting. So 2 different processes. The condensation is the super chilled fuel cooling the metal and the skin around it. The venting is because it's super cold. As it heats up on the inside, just from the air temperature, essentially working its way in there, it vents. And so that's just like a pot boiling, and just like you would, lift the lid off a tea kettle to let the pressure out. This is the same thing you're seeing happen there. So that's what's happening kind of from the middle of the screen.
Yeah, and on a calm night like tonight, the winds have totally died down. You can see it as it cascades down like a waterfall coming off the middle of the strong back there. Want to make a quick note about the radio and how you can hear if you're on local amateur radio on the VHF radio frequency. Turn into 146.940 megahertz and UHF radio frequency 444.925 megahertz on the FM mode. You can hear this all around the Space Coast.
Load has started.
Yeah, there is no wind there tonight. That is amazing.
Stage 2 LOX load.
Look at how still that steam is.
Night on the coast of Central Florida. For stage 1, that's going to continue to load in we'll see that go all the way down to T-minus 6 minutes in terms of the RP1 load. In terms of LOX, that will continue until about T-minus 3 to 2 minutes on the liquid oxygen side. A lot more volume,
Okay,
of course,
here we
in the
go.
first stage.
Final few minutes.
Hey, let's throw up a quick social media question. What do you say, Raj?
Sounds good. What do we got here?
At JSE Garin asks, I am 9 years old and want to know if you can see airplanes on the ISS. I have never heard that question.
So actually,
Neither have I.
Megan MacArthur had a cool post where she took a picture of the ground and you can see the contrails of a plane. So you can't see a plane if it's not what we call conning, meaning contrails.
Stage 2 LOX has begun.
And you can follow it back to find the plane, but it's super hard to find.
Oh,
an
Norway.
airplane that's not in the
I want to
contrails.
visit Norway. That's where
We
Frozen
also
is.
spent some time on Crew 3 trying to see who could one-up each other. To find
There's more
ships.
reasons than that.
So
but
you can cheat and look around the Panama Canal to see if you could find ships there, but you need binoculars to help yourself.
T-minus 15 minutes and counting.
You can easily find some ships, and then airplanes. If you look around, like the places like over the Atlantic where you can
Many
look
cool
for contrails
countries.
and
Ha!
planes, but absolutely,
It's funny because
What
they're
a great
cold.
answer. Didn't know that. Thank you, Raj. Let's head out to Kate Tice now.
Such a Disney fan thing to say. Well,
Thanks, Daryl.
Frozen is there.
Everything's
Come
still
on.
looking good for launch of Falcon 9
What else
and
can you
Dragon
say?
Endeavour just under 15 minutes from now. Now, for those just tuning in, Falcon 9 began propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. Around T-minus 20 minutes, Falcon 9 completed loading of RP1 fuel on the second stage. Fuel loading on the first stage remains underway. And it is approximately 80% full. It will finish around T-minus 6 minutes. Falcon 9 is also underway with loading of densified liquid oxygen, and that will wrap up at T-minus 3 minutes for the first stage and T-minus 2 minutes for the second stage. Coming up, we'll perform checkouts of the thrust vector controllers, a procedure called TVC wiggles. We'll command Falcon 9 to activate those thrust vector controllers and actually wiggle the engines a couple
Anna and
degrees.
Elsa's supposed to be
This
Norwegian.
verifies
Yep,
that those
exactly.
engines will be able to move while in flight, which is how Falcon 9 steers itself during the ascent phase. Dragon mission director and team reporting no issues. Communication checkouts are complete, the crew access arm is retracted, and the launch escape system is armed. And as you can see there,
Yeah, isn't
on
it
the
Captain
right-hand side of your
Swag?
screen, the crew is strapped in
I love that.
and ready to go to space. Everybody looks pretty calm and chill, given that they are going to space in 13 minutes.
Yeah, well, they've been here before. This is the second try, remember?
The crew displays will be
Hopefully this
configured to
time it
launch,
works.
which give the crew insight
No
into
weather
how the
issues
launch is
whatsoever, and currently it looks like that T-tab issue is not tracking, so things are looking pretty good right now. Although, remember, there's only a 1-second launch window, and they can scrub this as little as 1 second before launch, so there is always the chance of a scrub, so, my table's wood, I just knocked on it. Just remember, it is rocket science. If they have to stop the launch for the crew's safety, they'll do it, even if it means not launching tonight.
All right, thank you very much, Kate. And take a look at this picture. Before their flight, Crew 6 got a picture with what was supposed to be their booster. Actually got swapped out.
Oh, you mean the green run test? Yeah, it was fun to see all the engines down there gimbaling. I actually got to talk with the Aerojet Rocketdyne president during the final launch attempt, and I mentioned that, and he said, yeah, they're gimbaling way more than they're ever supposed to, and we were just proving that they could. I was like, it turns out they were gimbaling 8 degrees in all directions. That's it. It looks like a lot more, but just because they're such big engines. But yeah, the engines there could gimbal 8 degrees. The Merlin 9 engines can only gimbal 3 degrees. Fun fact. So one thing that the SLS can do that Falcon cannot.
Rendezvous at 1:11 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. Be Friday. And we'll have live coverage on NASA TV of docking and the Crew 6 welcome ceremony at 11 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. Final thoughts, Raja?
Yep,
As we get ready to lift off.
Yeah, so right here, they're at 10 minutes. They'll probably say some thank yous to the ground. A lot
Again.
of people got them here. You're going to see them messing with the displays.
Wonder
Woody
gimbal
and
2, what's
Steve
the
will be putting up
Raptor
what's
2,
called
what's the
board views on
gimbal
outside
range?
displays.
I would hope that the Raptor 2 has a pretty good gimbal, considering they're going to need to rely on it in order to flip the rocket. on landing. They can't just redirect it. They need to flip it. So I would hope that it has a pretty big gimbal. I would hope that they figured out how to make that gimbal, you know, without damaging the rocket after a few hundred times of doing it.
There's love in the air. Not going to give it away, but it just feels like there's love in the air. You got to stay tuned to find out more about that. For now, we'll turn it over to Gary and Kate at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Take us through the rest of
Are they bringing a heart with them as a zero-G indicator?
Thanks, Daryl. That's right. We're exactly T-minus 10.5 minutes on
73,000 people watching the official
as you can see there
feed.
On your screen, Falcon 9 is underway with propellant loading, as indicated.
And 45,000 watching the SpaceX feed. So that's 100,000 more than. It's 120,000 just on the official feeds. I wouldn't doubt that there's going to be 250,000 people who watch this live.
Second stage. LOX load also underway.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirm crew displays configured for launch.
T-minus 10 minutes. Final countdown.
SpaceX Dragon crew displays are configured for launch.
Probably going to get those last minute
Copy
words
that,
here.
Steve. And once again, on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, we're honored to have you aboard Dragon Capsule Endeavour on its next trip to the International Space Station. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
And thanks again to everyone out there who made the vehicle, the ISS, our mission, and our crew ready for launch. Really want to thank everyone and appreciate the great call, much appreciated call for the scrub the other night. It was a great call and a good learning opportunity for the crew and I think for the teams. And so once more to the breach, dear friends, Crew 6 is ready to launch.
So they have their visors down, their suits are pressurized. Everything is ready. There is nothing left for the crew themselves to do. There's still a few things left. Look at all those employees out there watching Mission Control in the background in Hawthorne. There are still a few things left that need to happen on the outside of the rocket before launch. So, of course, it needs to finish fueling up. The strong back needs to retract. The two claws there close to the top, you can't really see them very well right now, but those need to open up and pull back just a little bit. There's still a few visual indicators of the rocket getting ready to go that are going to be happening here in the last few minutes before launch.
Fuel right now, continuing to fill with oxidizer. It'll be the last of the tanks to fill. Stage 1 continuing to be underway. At the 10-minute mark, you heard that call for configuring the crew displays for launch.
T-minus 8 minutes and counting.
At the T-minus 10-minute mark, it also is a point where Falcon 9 launch commit criteria gets checked.
The good news is at this point, weather cannot violate because they wouldn't have proceeded to this point unless they were positive that the weather was good. So, weather will not be an issue from here on out.
That's right. We should hear that call out in about 44 seconds. At T-minus 7 minutes, we will actually open up the pre-valves to the M1D engines, those 9 engines at the base of the first stage. That will allow a little bit of that super chilled, densified liquid oxygen to flow into the hardware, those turbo pumps, and that basically helps prepare the hardware from a thermal standpoint or a temperature standpoint for that full flow of super chilled liquid oxygen. So we basically open up the pre-valves and a little bit of that LOX flows in and helps cool the hardware down in preparation for...
Hi again, Brandon. Perfect timing. 7 minutes and counting. No issues.
Engine chill has started.
That's good. We want to hear that.
And as expected, there's that call out for that engine chill, indicating the pre-valves are open and the engines are beginning to prepare for liftoff.
So the drone ship that the first stage is going to be landing on tonight is called Just Read the Instructions. SpaceX has 3 drone ships that they use. They got Just Read the Instructions and a shortfall of Gravitas that they use for their East Coast launches out of Florida. And they have the drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You, that they use for their West Coast drone ships out of Vandenberg Space Force Base in California.
Second stages come next. And there's that confirmation.
They're finishing up.
T-minus 5 minutes.
Yep, that's what it's called, Chris.
T-minus 5. The Dragon is configured for terminal count. And at terminal count,
6 minutes and counting.
Dragon is switched to internal power, right now receiving power from umbilical lines from the ground. Also at just under 5 minutes, we'll be waiting for strong back retract. The arm that's currently propping the Falcon 9 and Dragon up, we'll see the clamp arm start to open, and the strong back itself will tilt about 2 degrees off from where
I don't
now
have a
at
shiny
90
mini
degree
ore now.
position. Just a little off, and then it'll get out of the way completely upon liftoff. Then, of course, comes the after the strong back.
I don't know,
retracts,
Spiky
comes the
dude. Also,
completion
hello,
of liquid
Spiky dude.
oxygen,
Hello, Zukagon.
both the
I'd
first and
probably
second
would
stage.
pick pancakes.
For now, T-minus 5 minutes, 15 seconds. We're going to stand by for that call of configuring for terminal count.
Okay, T-minus
6 in
5
their seated
minutes.
positions and ready for launch.
And counting. So far, so good.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count. Tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
All right, and we heard both of those calls. Dragon onboard computers are going to take control of the vehicle. You should be seeing the clamp arm at the very top of the second stage, right underneath where you see the unpressurized trunk of Dragon, which is indicated by the half.
When the strong back, this structure here pulls back, keep an eye on the tip of Dragon. You'll see it move this way just a little bit. It'll be very, very subtle, but it is there. Apparently, this is one thing that astronauts are not told about, and it's always just the tiniest bit unnerving because it actually does shift the whole spacecraft. Anything on my watch list on Disney Plus? A whole list of stuff. Like, literally a whole pile of stuff. There we go. The claws are opening up. T-minus 4 minutes and counting.
To 45 degrees.
Keep an eye on the tip. It's going to move a little.
The transporter erector, which provides the liquids and gases and electrical connections to the vehicle. As Gary pointed out, those clamp arms opened up underneath the trunk, just above.
There it is.
the
It's moving
first stage.
backwards. There we go.
And you can see that action happening now as that initial retraction just a couple degrees away from the vehicle.
The steam it's letting out, it's not actually letting that out. That's just condensation forming on the side of the rocket because the fuel inside is hundreds of degrees below zero, and when it hits the humid Florida air, it causes condensation to form. So that's not actually the fuel, it's just the air getting super, super cold on the outside of the rocket and turning into steam and venting off. T-minus 3 minutes and counting. I think that we're going into space today, guys.
Now that that first stage liquid oxygen load is complete, we'll see.
I am ready
some
to
more
put
of
my
that
patch inside of my
gaseous
placard.
cloud forming around the
Let's
vehicle,
do this.
due to
Go Crew 6.
Dragon is in terminal count and on internal power.
Internal power, good.
All right, good call out there indicating that Dragon is running on its own
They
power.
swapped it to internal power a lot earlier tonight. Usually it's only at 1 minute.
2 minutes and 29 seconds.
Maybe it's different for Crew Dragon. Wow. Dragon usually swaps over on T-minus 1 minute. Not at 3.
About 15
Maybe they
seconds
changed the
remaining
procedure.
in stage 2 launch.
Regardless, we are now past the point where we aborted on Sunday. Continuing our countdown. Very exciting stuff. T-minus 2 minutes and counting. We are only 119, 18, 17 seconds away from the launch. Remember, a 1 second launch window, so they have to nail it. Once that hits T0, that's their only chance for tonight. Lock slow complete. The rocket's completely fueled up. All that's left is to wait until that 1 second.
Heard those calls. The Falcon 9 fully fueled with RP1.
Here we go.
Rocket fuel as well as the liquid oxygen.
This always gets me excited.
Call of Dragon is an auto idle. There's going to be a series of calls.
Started. Expect rising.
There's the gas closeout, purging the lines of the fuel that has supplied the Falcon 9.
Oh, I bet they're excited.
Liquid oxygen.
Less than 100 seconds to go.
Also wait for a call of the arming of the flight termination system. The Dragon flight computers are configured for launch. Flight termination system will allow Falcon 9 to talk to Dragon.
T-minus 1 minute and counting. We are less than a minute away.
Dragon is in countdown.
4 hours of
T-minus 1 minute and counting.
4 hours of anticipation, and here we are.
Everything's looking good for launch.
Looking good. That's what you want to hear. 45 seconds. Now we just wait.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
Go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon copy. Go for launch.
30 seconds and counting.
T-minus 30 seconds and counting. All teams pulled go.
Here we go. Go Crew 6. Go Dragon. Go Endeavor.
15 seconds.
Ready for an on-time launch for the instantaneous
10.
There's a water suppression system.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
And an engine ignition and liftoff of Crew 6.
Crew 6, go Dragon, go Falcon.
On their way into space. Oh, that's a drone shot. Hello. They got a drone.
Hearing good calls. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Everything looking good. Oh, my webcam is blocking the telemetry.
Plus 34 seconds into the 6th rotational crew mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Stage 1 throttle down.
So there we heard the call out indicating that the first stage engines will begin to throttle down in preparation for max Q, which is the moment of maximum aerodynamic pressure that the vehicle will experience during flight.
So space is 100 kilometers up. So when they pass 100 kilometers, they will officially be in space.
Max Q.
There's max Q. The first stage is now halfway done with its burn. It finishes its burn at about 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
1 Bravo.
That 1 Bravo indicator are different abort modes that are called that allow the ground teams and the crew to track about the position of the Falcon 9.
How long will it take them to dock with the ISS? About a day. About this time tomorrow.
These different abort modes would indicate about the position where Dragon would land.
Soyuz has it better. They take only 2 orbits. Like, they could launch and dock with the station in under 3 hours.
So far, we're hearing good calls on the performance of the
Everything is looking good. Everything's looking nominal. This is what we want. They've started chilling the engine on the second stage. Finally getting some shots from the top of the rocket.
We're about 30 seconds away.
Yeah, they'll do
from
another
the
stream for the
engine
docking.
cutoff, which will be followed quickly by stage
It's less to conserve
separation
fuel and more just because
second engine
Dragon
start,
isn't that
which
powerful.
is the ignition of that MVAC engine on the second stage.
I don't know if it's a safety thing, but I do know, like, after they bailed the second stage, they only have the RCS thrusters to get the rest of the way up there.
10 seconds away from main engine cutoff.
Okay, here we go. About to have staging. 80 kilometers up. Miko.
Copy,
Staging looks clean. 90 kilometers. Second stage startup.
Stage separation.
Looks good.
As well as ignition of that second stage engine.
There we go. They're in space. Crew 6 has entered space. Now we just got to wait another 7 minutes for them to enter orbit. 6 minutes.
Astronauts to orbit.
Wow, you could totally see the Florida coast over there on the left-hand screen. Look at that. Look at all those lights. That is the Florida coast.
Gaining in altitude, it has not yet reached its apogee. A beautiful view of the Florida space coast there.
Wow, that's awesome.
Meanwhile, we're tracking good performance on that MVAC engine. On the screen to your right, we'll be hearing periodic performance calls about once every minute for the status of.
Have my patch. I am now going to be putting it into
astronauts that are inside Crew Dragon.
my photo frame.
We'll also be hearing call-outs. Just like you heard just there, as we pass over the various ground stations along the ascent track.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Nominal trajectory. You love to hear it.
Performance call out.
Dragon acknowledges nominal trajectory.
There are 3 new people to
left-hand side of your screen.
have been to join the astronauts club.
Still gaining in altitude, although that gain is
Even if they were to
slowing
abort
down.
right now, they would all have earned their astronaut wings because they got above the Kármán line.
Landing,
But they're not. There's no need to
attempting a
abort.
landing on our
Everything's
trim
looking
ship just read
perfect,
the
pitch
instructions,
perfect,
which is
right down the middle.
located, off the Florida coast by a couple hundred miles.
And we're the reason that there's 2 screens there. Well, there were 2 screens, is because we're following the first stage
Stage 2 burns for 6 minutes.
as it comes back down to Earth, so that we can see it when it lands on the drone ship,
burn until about 8.5 minutes.
which should be happening right around the same time that the second stage finishes its engine burn. Also, I have just added my patch to. I know my video's flipped, but I have added my patch to. Currently in Space Placard, there are now 2 American missions in space.
Flight teams continue
A total of 7 people on American. And there are 14 people now in space. 4 on Crew 6, 7 on the ISS, and 3 on the Chinese space station. Yeah, the camera's glitching out. It's a rocket.
From the next major
It's a rocket going 10,000 kilometers an hour.
For the first stage.
T plus 5.5 minutes, looking flawless.
3 M1D engines on that first stage to help slow the vehicle down as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere.
We're approaching 200 kilometers in altitude. It's about 124 miles. Meanwhile, velocity.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Nominal trajectory. Like to hear that.
About to pass 12,000 kilometers per hour.
Dragon acknowledges nominal trajectory.
It's about 7,500 miles per hour.
Got another 2.5 minutes left of the burn. This is what I was talking about, guys. Most of the rocket's energy was expended just getting it up this high. You need a very small amount of the rocket left in order to finish the burn around the Earth, but you need a lot of the rocket to get it up this high in the first place.
6.5 minutes into flight.
Okay, only about 1.5 minutes to go.
Mostly what we're hearing now are the performance calls in the second stage. In about a minute is when we'll see a series of events in rapid succession. It's been a pretty good pace since second stage ignition. About less than a minute from now, we'll start to see more action on the first stage.
Nominal trajectory.
Nominal trajectory. Looks like you came back in time. Well, the launch was, as you can see, 7 minutes ago. But you will be able to see the landing of the first stage.
As Gary mentioned, those callouts occurring about
in about a minute and a half.
Now we're about 20 seconds away from the first stage entry burn. That burn will last about 30 seconds and help slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere.
Oh yeah, it does, doesn't it, Brandon? I hate daylight savings time.
Yeah. On your screen, that first stage entry burn has begun. That booster sees high drag, which
is this the one where you get to sleep in an extra hour? Because in that case, I like it.
The landing burn begins. So about another 10 seconds of this entry burn.
Yeah, it's the one where you get to sleep in an extra hour.
Again, 3
I'm okay with that.
engines relit, the center and 2 radio engines.
Spring forward, fall back.
And conclusion.
Now we lose an hour. Oh, that's just pitiful.
Meanwhile, good performance on the second stage.
Yeah, but that would mean that right now, instead of midnight, it would be 1 o'clock.
Next abort modes will happen in rapid succession.
Oh, no, you're right.
To Charlie, Delta, and Echo.
Is there legislation? Yeah, well, it won't go anywhere because all the people who are in charge of making those laws have been around since daylight savings time began, 1500s, so. Okay, we're coming up on a lot of things that are about to happen all at once. The second stage, this one is about to end its burn as the first stage is about to land. Happens all at the same time.
Coming up on that event.
Very, very soon. What was that?
Shannon.
Copy, Shannon.
Shannon, got it.
Coast of Shannon, Ireland.
Okay.
Standing by for
Shannon, got it.
MVAC shutdown.
There we go. Second stage is in orbit.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Stage 1 is coming into land.
There we heard the call out indicating that landing.
Shannon, Ireland. It's an abort scenario.
Nominal orbit insertion.
Great news there.
Crew 6 is now in orbit on their way to the International Space Station, and the first stage is coming down for a landing on the drone ship. Just to read the instructions. Looking flawless as always. This is SpaceX's 101st landing in a row. That officially brings the launch to an end. Crew 6 on their way to the station.
This booster, its first trip to space, and therefore its first landing.
An eruption of applause here at SpaceX Mission Control. And of course, after second stage engine cutoff,
there we go.
Heard that call that the crew is in.
There should be cameras inside the Dragon here soon
the second
to
stage remains idle for about 3
show off
minutes
whatever
before
the zero-G
Dragon
indicator is.
separates from the second stage. Meanwhile, you can see that first stage in the legs. Right
Yeah,
on target.
Swaggy, they've gotten pretty good at that
getting
because they're
from
they're
the
actually
second
using
stage.
Starlink.
You can see this is
SpaceX is using their own Starlink network now in order to get good video.
Of course, we're continuing to get.
We're going to see the Dragon separate from. I don't know why they keep going to that camera angle. We're going to see Dragon separate from the second stage on its way to the ISS. It's going to open up its nose cone, and hopefully we'll get some cameras inside, so we'll be able to see the zero-G indicator.
Stage, and of course, the more than
Whatever
2.5
it is.
minutes of the first stage.
It does look a little
Continuing in this
scary, but
post
mostly
period.
to me it looks exciting, Kazoo.
We're heading to about the 12-minute mark after launch. So we're approaching 11 minutes right now. But it's great to see the crew in orbit. Of course, we are waiting for that separation. You can see this view right here of the MVAC engine. The second stage really in just an idle position, really just coasting, not many commands being issued from the Falcon 9. But of course, at the very end, we'll actually issue the command for separating the Dragon from the Falcon 9.
Gaming battle stations.
You'll see a series, you may see a series of burns. The Draco engines on
The
service
crew will
section of the
definitely be
Draco will
safe.
Fire and increase separation distance from the second stage.
Once again, live view there from the second stage looking up into the trunk, which of course is the unpressurized section that goes along with the Dragon capsule to the International Space Station. That's where we are able to store basically cargo that is able to be exposed to the vacuum of space. So a great view there looking up into the trunk. That will
Did I
be
play Dead
hopefully the
Space?
first
Nope,
views
never
that we
played it.
get, of that separation event, which we're expecting here any second.
There we go. Dragon is now flying free.
Confirmation
Dragon separation confirmed.
of that separation confirmed. Dragon Endeavour is now floating free in space.
We should see
The Falcon 9.
just a few more things, and then it'll all be over.
Is exactly 4 years after the flight of the Demo 1 mission. Like Andre said, all the best things take 2 tries. Happy that we could get you off tonight. If you enjoyed your ride, please don't forget to give us 5 stars. Over to LD for some words.
Also, a friendly reminder to put your sushi orders in for CRS 27. Have a safe ride to the space station, and we look forward to seeing you when you get home. Thank you for flying SpaceX.
Expected loss of signal, Bermuda.
And SpaceX Dragon copies all.
Oh, there's the zero-G indicator. Look at that. What is that? What is that?
The Crew 6 astronauts, of course, having a strong bond.
Oh, the cosmonauts writing some notes. Cool.
And SpaceX Dragon, we'd like to really, for the great ride to orbit today. It's greatly appreciated. May have taken 2 times, but it was worth the trip. And I guess I'll pass it over to Woody for some words.
I believe it performs a deorbit burn, Captain Swag.
Yeah, SpaceX Dragon, just want to say as a rookie flyer, that was one heck of a ride. Thank you. I would say put it is an absolute miracle of engineering, and I just feel so lucky that I get to fly on this amazing machine. Thanks to SpaceX, thanks to NASA, Commercial Crew Program, and our international
No, that
partners.
thing up there, the thing floating
Innovation
with the
went
blue
into this,
face and
tireless
stuff.
work effort, and a lot of painstaking attention to detail and focus on testing. And I think that's what makes it all possible to fly humans in space. Thank you.
Can't tell what it is.
Some really nice words.
Всем ребят, большое за подготовку, за то, что помогали в этом деле. Мне и всем ребятам. И я хочу сказать, что сегодня человечество делает еще один шаг в подготовке к новому большому скачку. И для меня огромная честь быть частью такой большой и дружной семьи, и величайшей международной команды, как Международной космической станции, работая вместе на благо всего человечества. Today humanity takes another step for next big leap, and for me a huge honor to be part of such a big and friendly family and the greatest international team of the ISS, working together for all mankind.
Good words from that guy.
Thank you.
He spoke Russian first and then English. They just took off their visors. They're all safe.
Well said, everybody. Allow me to say a few words in Arabic first. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله وصلنا الفضاء. بس بغيت أشكر أمي وأبوي وأشكر عائلتي. شكرا للقيادة الرشيدة وشكرا لمركز محمد بن راشد للفضاء اللي أعطوني الثقة هذه. وكذلك أشكر كل من جهزنا ودربنا لهذه اللحظة التاريخية من مختلف وكالات الفضاء في أنحاء العالم. شكرا لكم جزيلا. شكرا SpaceX لإيصالنا للفضاء. I would like to say thank you for everybody. Thanks to my parents, my family, thanks to our leadership, the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center for their trust. Thank you for everybody who trained us and got us ready for this mission. This is incredible. Launch was incredible, amazing. Thank you so much. And last but not least, thank you NASA. Thank you SpaceX for flying us to space. Go Dragon, go SpaceX. And allow me to introduce our fifth crew member. His name is Suhail, and Suhail is the Arabic name for the star Canopus. And in the Middle East, we anticipate the appearance of Canopus because it marks the end of summer and the beginning of cool time. And Canopus is actually the second brightest star in the night sky. And this is the second flight for Suhail because he flew with astronaut Hassan Mansouri in 2019. And many people think Suhail is an alien, but to me, on Earth in a spacesuit, but with high ambitions. Thank you once again, and talk to you from the ISS.
Okay, so that's what the zero-G indicator is.
In Dragon SpaceX, we copy all those words. At this time, I can provide you an update that we had nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. For your awareness, on hard capture hook 5, we did swap to backup motors, so you'll see that the nose cone opening did swap to backup. However, all hooks did indicate that they were traveling and look good on backup. Acquisition signal.
6 Dragon copies, and we see that on the display.
Well, basically from here on out, it's just going to be a bit of housekeeping on their way to the ISS. They're going to be docking tomorrow. About the same time tomorrow as it is right now. So they've got a bit of housekeeping to do. They've got to configure the spacecraft for space. They'll be taking a nap sometime tonight. Other than that, that's pretty much it for the launch. So flawless launch as always, and now we have 4 new astronauts in space going to the International Space Station, and that's going to bring my coverage of this to an end. We have actually quite a bit more of these in the future, because the next spaceflight, I'm pretty sure, is Axiom 2. Oh, that's in May, actually. So no, the next... Okay, there's the nose cone opening up. Perfect timing. The next flight is actually... Okay, May 12 is Axiom 2. Wow, they bumped that back. Okay, the next flight is actually going to be the crewed demonstration mission for Boeing's Starliner, which is launching next month. So, this month, Crew 6. Next month, Boeing Crew Test. Month after that, Axiom 2. And then we got Polaris Dawn in the summer, and then Crew 7 this year. So yeah, we got quite a bit more of space launches coming up, and I'll be covering all of them. That'll bring this to an end. So if you guys want to keep following this, then I highly recommend you follow NASA and SpaceX, and especially the commercial crew on social media. If you want to keep watching this live stream, you can go to either NASA or SpaceX's YouTube channels. It was great to hang out with all of you guys. This was, of course, a success. The past 4 hours just flew by. I'm happy we got to hang out and do all kinds of stuff. I'm going to put this over there right where it belongs, and I won't be taking it out, hopefully, for another 6 months. So yeah, come back next month when I cover the Boeing Starliner crew test flight when that launches. Also, one more thing. We should be hearing the announcement of the crew for Artemis 2 this month. Be on the lookout for that, because whether you care or not, that crew will be the next 4 people who will go to the moon. Their names will be remembered in history. Just something to think about. I'm definitely going to be paying attention to that myself. Raja finally got to watch a launch. Awesome. It's going to bring my stream to an end. Thanks everyone for being here. Whether you were here for 5 seconds or the full 4 hours, I really appreciate it. So everyone have a good night. Godspeed Crew 6. And that'll do it. See you all next month with the launch of Boeing Starliner. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.